Which microphone is that? It works. That one is
Delegate. The microphone that is being used now, we can actually hear someone talking clearly. Maybe we need to use that one.
Can you hear me, Mr. President?
Yes, but there seems to be an echo, but I can hear you much better than the previous one, but there's an echo at the back.
Unfortunately, now I can't hear you, President.
Daddy?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but there's just a little bit of an echo in the room that you are in.
Okay, and then
But-
you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, even though it's a little bit low, but we can hear you much better than we could when you were on the podium.
Okay. But as I said, as they are still working on that, we are still awaiting the guest of honor. So it will be that in my remark. So apologies still. Mr. President, I paused, just informed that the Prime Minister just arrived. So once he enters the hall, at least the distinguished participants here will do right to welcome him to the podium. So can you still hear me?
We can still hear you. I think maybe whilst the guest of honor is coming in and settling in, can I kindly request my colleagues from IT to play one of the interludes, please? So that we facilitate the entrance and the transition to the actual start.
Okay.
Ronald?
Can you zoom in a bit?
What is it?
Ronald?
This, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you a bit.
We are lining up the internet.
Oh, thank you.
Uh,
Apologies, honorable members, for this delay.
The summit of heads of state and governments of SADC held in 1997 approved the establishment of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which is abbreviated as the
The guest of honor is already waiting us at the podium. Maybe see that. Mr. Can you hear me now? Secretariat? Oh,
okay. I think that will be enough to get up presented.
We can hear you that even though it's still a little bit faint, but we can.
okay. Maybe. While they're still waiting in the room.
The summit of heads of state and 1997 approved the establishment of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which is a
Mr. Lisa? Secretary?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you, even though it's not clear, but we can hear you.
All right. Maybe as well come more here. Not to take time. Firstly, I have to thank Mr. Lisa for having done the housekeeping highlights that is. So already all the participants are aware of what is expected in terms of etiquette. Good morning from here, bonjour. My name is Lewin Pan. I am a director of the National Assembly of the School. I'll be the director of the program director this morning. May we rise? May we rise? But see, AU and SADC in that order. Thank you. The next announcement. Who's item? Honorable Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho and guest of honor. Honorable Bishop Mukodia Changwa, SADC President and Speaker of the National Assembly of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Honorable Dr. Yorovana Provalimina Celestine, SADC Vice President. Honorable Mama Hemukiti, President of the Senate of Lesotho. Right Honorable Speaker Tajane of the National Assembly of Lesotho and host for the 50th Plenary Assembly. Right Honorable Catherine Kotani Halam, MP, Speaker of the Parliament of Malawi and host for the 51st Plenary Assembly session. Honorable Speakers and presiding officers of the National Parliament and heads of delegations. Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Yirokogwa Danziga, African Legislative Assembly representative. Honorable Matibiri Mbotu, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister responsible for parliamentary affairs in the Kingdom of Lesotho. Honorable Tiani Rapapa, Minister of Communication, Science and Technology, and moderator for the symposium for the team, and other honorable ministers of His Majesty's government. Honorable Amusa Katunda Mwanawamba, former SADC chairperson and former Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia. Honorable Kukwei Musamai, former SADC chairperson and former Speaker of the National Assembly of Lesotho. His Excellency Kukupan Koko, former SADC Vice Chairperson and Treasurer and Busona's High Commissioner to the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Anne-Marie Biabandu, Chairperson of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. Honorable Sekou Mweneti, Vice President of the Senate, and Honorable Leohan Ramutanga, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Lesotho. Honorable Mnyanu Ledeki, MP, Leader of the Opposition in the National Assembly of Lesotho. Honorable Members of Parliament of Lesotho, Honorable Members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Maria Pilos Veiga, former Vice Chairperson of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus and former Member of Parliament from Angola. Mrs. Yapoka Mugandi, Acting Secretary General of the SADC, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, representatives of the regional and international organizations. Ms. Barbara Disaport, Clerk of the National Assembly of Botswana and Chairperson of the SADC Committee of Clerks. My colleagues, clerks, and secretaries general of SADC national parliaments, principal secretaries in the government of Lesotho, Dr. Kasuka Mutukwa, former SADC Secretary General, distinguished cooperating partners, distinguished invited observers and guests, staff of the National Assembly of Lesotho and SADC National Parliament, staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, invited resource persons, members of the media. I greet you. In introducing the summary of this morning's program, permit me, Your Excellencies and distinguished speakers and delegations, to welcome you to the Kingdom in the Sky. And it is fitting because we are meeting through the waves hovering above us. Today marks the dawn of a great day for Southern Africa, marked by the celebration of the Golden Jubilee in the form of the 50th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. It is also coinciding with Human Rights Day, which is being celebrated worldwide under the theme, Recover Better, Stand for Human Rights. And a cherry on top of the cake is marked by the commemorating the 50th Plenary Assembly under the theme, celebrating a new era of consolidating democracy through the vibrant voice of SADC parliamentarians. This program, therefore, highlights the great voices we're about to hear in the form of the distinguished speakers heralding from East Africa, our regional women's parliamentary caucus, and our SADC president, Speaker of the National Assembly of the DRC. This will be followed by an interlude paving the way for the right honourable Speaker of the Kingdom of Lesotho to welcome you to the Kingdom in the Sky, as he aptly invited you at the end of the 49th Plenary Assembly in Botswana last year. He will, in fulfillment of his promise, welcome you to what he said was, I quote, a spectacular celebration of milestones in the lifespan of this parliamentary body. And he will do so by introducing the guest of honor, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, Dr. Majoro, when he delivers his keynote address. The opening ceremony will be graciously brought to a close by none other than the Speaker of Parliament of Malawi, the Right Honorable Catherine Kotani Hara, our host for the 51st Plenary Assembly session in Malawi. The closing curtain will be the singing of the anthems of SADC, AU, and Lesotho in that order. Your Excellencies and distinguished speakers and delegates, we regret to inform you that our SADC PF Secretary General is presently indisposed and has been advised by her medical doctors to have a complete bed rest to ensure her recuperation. We wish her a speedy recovery and God's blessings. At this juncture, Excellencies, I give the floor to the acting SADC PF Secretary General, Mrs. Yapo Kanyiran Domongai, to present the credentials of delegates. And Mrs. Mongari, you have the floor.
I'm sorry about that technology issues. I'll start again. Thank you so much, Master of Ceremonies. I was muted there for a moment. Apologies. His Majesty King Letsi III and Head of State, Right Honorable Dr. Moketsi Majoro, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho and Guest of Honor, Honorable Christophe Mboso Mkodia Pwanga, SADC PF President and Speaker of the National Assembly of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Honorable Dr. Fiarovana Lovanirina Celestine, SADC PF Vice President, Honorable Mamonaheng Mokitimi, President of the Lesotho Senate, Right Honorable Sefiri Motanyane, Speaker of the National Assembly of Lesotho and host for the 50th Plenary Assembly, Right Honorable Catherine Gotani Hara, MP, Speaker of the Parliament of Malawi and host for the 51st Plenary Assembly session, Honorable Speakers and Presiding Officers of National Parliaments and Heads of Delegations, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Nyirakobwa Ndangiza, East African Legislative Assembly Representative, Honorable Mativeli Mokotu, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister responsible for Parliamentary Affairs in the Kingdom of Lesotho, Honorable Samuel Rapapa, Minister of Communications, Science and Technology, and moderator for the symposium on the theme, and other honorable ministers in the government of Lesotho. Honorable Amusa Mwanamwamba, former SADC PF chairperson and former Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, Honorable Chloe Motsamai, former SADC PF chairperson and former Speaker of the National Assembly of Lesotho, His Excellency Gobopang Duke Lefoko, former SADC PF vice chairperson and treasurer, and Botswana's High Commissioner to the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Anne-Marie Mbilambangu, chairperson of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. Honorable Tsepo Monetti, vice president of the Senate, and Honorable Lebohang Ramolanka, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Lesotho. Honorable Monyani Moleleki, MP, Leader of the Opposition in the National Assembly of Lesotho. Honorable members of the Parliament of Lesotho. Honorable members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Honorable Maria de Lourdes Vega, former Vice Chairperson of the RWPC and former Member of Parliament from Angola, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps and representatives of regional and international organizations. Ms. Barbara Ditapo, Clerk of the National Assembly of Botswana and Chairperson of the SADC PF Committee of Clerks. Clerks and Secretaries General of SADC National Parliaments, Permanent Secretaries in the Government of Lesotho. Dr. Kasuka Mutukwa, former SADC PF Secretary General, distinguished cooperating partners, distinguished invited observers and guests, staff of the National Assembly of Lesotho and national parliaments, staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, invited resource persons, members of the media, good morning. I have the singular honor this morning to introduce delegates to this 50th Plenary Assembly session of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, the SADC PF. As you may be aware, the SADC PF has a membership of 15 Southern African parliaments. In attendance at this 50th Plenary Assembly session are delegations representing 14 of the 15 member parliaments. In summary, 12 delegations are led by honorable speakers of parliament. 2 delegations are led by members of parliament. 5 of the 12 speakers in attendance are female, and 1 of the 2 heads of delegation is female. Before I go into the introduction of the delegations, I would like to start by congratulating the host, the National Assembly of Lesotho, led by Right Honorable Sefiri Motanyane, Speaker, for successfully hosting this plenary. We are indeed enjoying the hospitality and dedication of the staff and people of Lesotho, albeit virtually. The hosting of this plenary, in spite of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, which has drastically altered the way we do business, demonstrates the resilience of the forum as supported by all member parliaments and embodies its determination and commitment to promoting interparliamentary cooperation and diplomacy. Additionally, the number and diversity of delegates to this plenary assembly shows that the pandemic has not dissipated the commitment of the member parliaments to the work of the forum. His Majesty, Your Excellency, honorable speakers, honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3rd plenary assembly session of the forum, which is being held virtually due to disruptions brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. The last 3 plenary assemblies held under similar conditions took place in 2020 and in June 2021. We are grateful for the unwavering dedication of member parliaments, even in the face of current trying times. It is gratifying to note that whereas the pandemic has tried to distance the parliamentarians of SADC, the legislators in the region have still been able to meet through the use of technology, which has conquered space and time and bonded them even in these challenging times. It might even be argued that as a community, parliamentarians are actually closer and stronger than before the pandemic. Indeed, although the pandemic continues to threaten interparliamentary cooperation and parliamentary democracy, member parliaments remain undeterred. It is thus with pride that the forum meets to mark its 50th plenary assembly. Kindly permit me to now introduce our esteemed delegations to the 50th plenary assembly session. And I wish to request the delegates to kindly wave or be upstanding for the benefit of our guest of honor as I call your country. From the Parliament of Botswana, represented by a delegation of 9 members of Parliament, led by Honorable Pandu Tombola Chaha Skelemani, Speaker of the National Assembly of Botswana. The Parliament of the Democratic Republic of Congo, a delegation of 11 members led by the Speaker of the National Assembly and President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Christophe Mboso Nkodia Pwanga. The Parliament of the Kingdom of Lesotho, our gracious host, a delegation of 8 members led by the Right Honorable Sifiri Motanyane, Speaker of the National Assembly. The Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini, a delegation of 7 members led by Honorable Petros Mavimbela, Speaker of the National Assembly. Thank you. The Parliament of Madagascar, a delegation of 7 members led by the Honorable Speaker Christine Razanamahosa, Speaker of the National Assembly. The Parliament of Malawi, a delegation of 6 members led by the Right Honorable Catherine Gotani Hara, Speaker of Parliament. The Parliament of Mauritius, a delegation of 4 members led by the Honorable Marie Joanne Tor. The National Assembly of Mozambique, a delegation of 8 members led by Honorable Esperanza Laurinda Francisco Nyuani Biesh, Speaker of the National Assembly. The National Assembly of Namibia, a delegation of 6 members led by Honorable Professor Peter H. Kashavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly and host of the SADC PF Secretariat. The National Assembly of Seychelles, a delegation of 2 members led by Honorable Roger Mansien, Speaker of the National Assembly. The Parliament of South Africa, a delegation of 6 members led by Honorable Nosiviwe Mapisa Kakula, Speaker of Parliament. The Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania, a delegation of 5 members led by Honorable Selemani Jumani Zedi. The Parliament of Zambia, a delegation of 9 members led by Honorable Nelly Muti, MP, Speaker of the National Assembly. The Parliament of the Republic of Zimbabwe, a delegation of 6 members led by Honorable Advocate Jacob Francis Zwida Milimo Mudenda, Speaker of the National Assembly. Honorable delegates, the National Assembly of Angola sent apologies. The SADC PF Secretariat, a delegation of 10 staff members led by the Acting Secretary General. Last but not least, all the staff from the National Assembly of Lesotho and all staff of member parliaments here present. His Majesty, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we also have invited guests, namely resource persons, observers, and cooperating partners. From the Kingdom of Lesotho, we have observers invited by the host parliament comprising members of the Senate, members of Parliament, and other stakeholders. Also in our presence are esteemed former speakers and members of parliaments. Please allow me also to recognize the very professional staff who served the forum in various capacities and moved on to continue making strides in other areas and are here today to render support as resource persons for the symposium. These are Dr. Kasuka Mutukwa, former SADC PF Secretary General, Ms. Buki Ketusegile, former Assistant Secretary General and the Director of the PLC, Ms. Rumbidzai Kandawasika Nyundu, former Gender and Development Officer, Mr. Takawira Musavengana, former Democracy and Governance Officer, and Mr. Bani Karuombe, former Acting Director, PLC. I also have the honor of recognizing the invited cooperating partners, though too many to mention. To these, I wish to extend a special welcome. Your Excellency, distinguished delegates, may I conclude my introductions by thanking the government and the National Assembly of the Kingdom of Lesotho through the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly for graciously hosting the SADC PF 50th Plenary Assembly session. I wish all the distinguished delegates fruitful deliberations. I thank you. Director of Ceremonies, over to you.
We are just awaiting the interlude. Can you hear us now? IT? Thank you very much. That could not be here physically, simply because we know we still have the COVID restrictions. But anyhow, we did indicate that that song is very important in terms of our national culture to honor the founder of this nation. At this juncture, we'll have a statement of solidarity by Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Dangiza, representative of the East African Legislative Assembly. Yeah. Honorable Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, for giving me the floor. His Majesty, the King of the Kingdom of Lesotho, Right Honorable Dr. Moeketsi Majoro, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, and the guest of honor, Right Honorable Sephir Motanyane, Host Speaker of the National Assembly of the Kingdom of Lesotho, Right Honorable Christophe Mboso Kodia Kwanga, President of SADC Parliamentary Forum, and Speaker of the National Assembly of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Honorable SADC, Honorable Vice President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Right Honorable Speakers in attendance, Honorable Anne-Marie Mbilambangu, Chairperson of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, Honorable Cabinet Ministers from the Republic of Lesotho and other SADC member states in attendance, Honorable Members of Lesotho National Assembly, Honorable Members of SADC Parliamentary Forum, Excellencies, Members of Diplomatic Corps, representative of regional and international organizations, representatives of civil society, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning. I'm delighted to be with you today and convey warm greetings from Right Honorable Ngoga Carol Martin, Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly, EALA, who due to other exigencies of work is unable to attend this August virtual plenary assembly session. I wish to extend this message of fraternal solidarity from EALA, the East African community, and indeed the people of East African region. At the outset, allow me to congratulate Right Honorable Sephir Motanyane, the National Assembly, and the people of the Kingdom of Lesotho for virtually hosting this plenary session. In the same spirit, I wish to extend my deep appreciation to Right Honorable Christophe Mboso Kodia Kwanga, President of SADC Parliamentary Forum and the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Democratic Republic of Congo, the entire membership of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, for the invitation to your Golden Jubilee 50th Plenary Assembly themed celebrating a new era of consolidating democracy through the voices of SADC Parliamentary Forums. Congratulations for this celebration. We also wish to congratulate you that as you celebrate the 50th Plenary Assembly of your existence, You've also enacted a SADC Parliamentary Forum Gender-Based Violence Model Law at a time when we are concluding the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Honorable members, as an elected legislative organ, Parliament represents society in all its diversity. It is an icon of democracy, or in the better words of Stephen Fish, the institutional key to democracy. Our mandate as parliamentarians is to articulate the aspirations and the will of our people, creating an enabling legislative environment, as well as ensuring that governments are accountable to the people through enhancing better service delivery and inclusive participatory development. It is encouraging to note that the 50th Plenary Assembly celebrations coincide with the Human Rights Day and the conclusion of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Indeed, central to human rights lie the principles of equality and non-discrimination, critical to the prevention of inequalities and addressing gender-based violence and global COVID-19 pandemic. Today's celebration is taking place a few months after the 41st Ordinary SADC Summit of Heads of State and Government held on the 17th and 18th August 2021 in Lilongwe, Malawi, approved the transformation of SADC Parliamentary Forum into a SADC Parliament as a consultative and a deliberative body. Congratulations once again for this milestone. I have no doubt that the operationalization of this important transformation is already underway. The EALA stands ready to exchange her experience and accompany you in this transformation journey. Distinguished delegates, we are all aware of the many achievements recorded by SADC Parliamentary Forum for the benefits of the people of the entire SADC region. The model laws that you've adopted are really people-centered, such as the model law on child marriage, the model law on HIV/AIDS, and SADC GBV model law, to mention just but a few. You've also made significant contribution to strengthening democratic governance through setting the norms and standards for elections. As you celebrate the Golden Jubilee, we are certain that you'll draw lessons from your achievements, but also the bottlenecks that might have hampered the full realization of your goals and respond to the legitimate expectations of the people. At the continental level, our respective regional economic communities are building blocks for a united, peaceful, integrated, and prosperous African continent. Regional parliaments have a key role towards the realization of the African Union Agenda 2063 and the African Continental Free Trade Area. The EALA and EAC region values the cordial existing cooperation and solidarity with the SADC Parliamentary Forum and reiterates its commitment to enhance synergy in consolidating democracy, strengthening accountability, to ensure that our governments at the regional and continental levels implement policies and programs which are responsive to the needs of our citizens. Let us raise our ambition and commitment to ensure that African integration is visible and political socio-economic transformation delivers concrete outcomes that improve the dignity and livelihoods of the peoples of Africa without further delay. Your Majesty, the King of the Republic of the Kingdom of Lesotho, Right Honorable Prime Minister, honorable members, distinguished delegates, let me end my remarks by wishing you fruitful deliberations and once again, happy SADC Parliamentary Forum 50th Plenary Assembly celebrations. Long live SADC PF, long live EALA, long live African unity. Thank you for your kind attention. Merci beaucoup de votre attention. Asanteni sana na hongereni sana.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador, for the encouraging remarks and congratulations from Ghana. The next statement will come from the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, to be delivered by the chairperson, Honorable Anne-Marie Villaban. You have the floor, Honorable Villaban.
Merci pour la parole. Honorables membres, secrétaire général, distingués invités, je tiens à vous saluer tous et à vous remercier d'avoir pris le temps sur votre emploi du temps chargé afin de nous honorer de votre présence à cette réunion. Je tiens également à remercier tout particulièrement le Parlement du Lesotho pour nous avoir si gracieusement accueillis. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes réunis pour délibérer sous le thème « Célébrer une nouvelle ère de consolidation de la démocratie grâce aux voix vibrantes des parlementaires de la SADC ». Et à cet effet, la voix des femmes parlementaires ne pourrait jamais être laissée de côté. En effet, les réseaux parlementaires régionaux de femmes souhaitent voir une SADC.
Honorable MC, apologies, Honorable Bilambangu. There is no interpretation. Would ICT kindly resolve the issue of interpretation?
Yes,
Would you kindly indicate if it has been resolved?
It's been resolved.
Ils ont un souci. En fait,
ICT's interpretation resolved?
Yes, ma'am, it has been resolved.
Thank you. Apologies, Honorable. Could you kindly perhaps start from the beginning?
yes, thank you. Is Honorable Anne-Marie on?
Honorable Director of Ceremonies, would you kindly request the Honorable to proceed with her speech?
Hello? Honorable Anne-Marie, please proceed with the speech. That place is also allowed. For our police. Honorable, can you hear us? Please proceed. Honorable Anne-Marie Ferriers. Yes.
Honorables membres, secrétaire général, distingués invités, je tiens à vous saluer tous et à vous remercier d'avoir pris du temps sur votre emploi du temps afin de nous honorer de votre présence à cette réunion. Je tiens également à remercier tout particulièrement le Parlement du Lesotho pour nous avoir si gracieusement accueillis. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes réunis pour délibérer sous le thème « Célébrer une nouvelle ère de consolidation de la démocratie grâce aux voix vibrantes des parlementaires de la SADC ». Et à cet effet, la voix des femmes parlementaires ne pourrait jamais être laissée de côté. En effet, les réseaux, les caucus parlementaires régionales des femmes souhaitent une SADC où la voix des femmes parlementaires est aussi vibrante que toutes les autres voix sur toutes les questions affectant notre région. Notre mandat en tant que parlementaire, réunis ici sous les auspices du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, est d'améliorer les dialogues interparlementaires autour des questions d'intérêt mutuel, notamment la bonne gouvernance et la responsabilité, et des thèmes cruciaux pour la démocratie, tels que l'état de droit, la souveraineté parlementaire, les finances publiques, la gestion, le genre, la gouvernance des ressources naturelles, les commerces, les finances, les droits de l'homme et le constitutionnalisme, pour n'en citer que quelques-uns. Parlementaires unis ici sous les auspices du Forum parlementaire de la SADC est d'améliorer les dialogues interparlementaires autour des questions d'intérêt mutuel, notamment la bonne gouvernance et la responsabilité, et des thèmes cruciaux pour la démocratie, tels que l'état de droit, la souveraineté parlementaire, les finances publiques, la gestion, le genre, la gouvernance des ressources naturelles, les commerces, les finances, les droits de l'homme et le constitutionnalisme, pour n'en citer que quelques-uns. Notre rôle en tant que caucus parlementaire régional des femmes est de nous assurer que les femmes soient impliquées et incluses à tous les niveaux de la prise de décision, y compris dans ces forums. Les efforts des parlementaires réunis sous le jour du Forum parlementaire de la SADC ont porté leurs fruits au cours des dernières décennies. Dans le but d'assurer les progrès dans l'avancement des principes démocratiques, de la démocratisation et du développement socio-économique de notre région, les instruments normatifs ci-après ont été développés par le Forum. Les normes et standards pour les élections dans la région de la SADC. En 2001, les lois types de la SADC sur le VIH 2008, l'élimination des mariages des enfants et la protection des enfants déjà mariés 2008 et les élections 2019, ainsi que les normes minimales pour les populations clés en 2018. La région SADC dispose aujourd'hui d'instruments juridiques qui ont été spécifiquement développés au niveau régional afin de répondre aux besoins régionaux et se servir de références législatives aux États membres de la SADC. Honorables membres, distingués invités, dans les contextes des droits de l'homme, de la bonne gouvernance et de la responsabilité, le travail du Forum parlementaire de la SADC a été centré sur la nécessité d'atténuer les effets des mariages et des fiançailles d'enfants dans les nombreux pays de la SADC, de plaider pour l'introduction d'une éducation sexuelle complète, de lancer des discussions sur l'avortement sans risque, de fixer l'âge légal de mariage à 18 ans, de promouvoir la couverture sanitaire universelle et d'améliorer l'impartialité et l'équité des systèmes électoraux par le biais des missions d'observation électorale indépendantes. Ces efforts sont tous, les missions d'observation, ces efforts sont tous centrés sur les femmes et les filles. Il est important de souligner que la voix des femmes de la SADC, en particulier celle des femmes parlementaires de la région, est puissante et ajoute toujours de la valeur au discours. Honorables membres, distingués invités, en cette ère de pandémie, le Forum a accepté que la coopération militaire multilatérale constitue un signe sain de la croissance économique et j'irai même plus loin en soulignant que la solidarité, c'est un tremplin nécessaire pour que le redressement de la région après la pandémie soit durable et répandu. La phase de relance nécessitera également la mise en place d'une coopération multinationale au sein de la région de la SADC et on ne saurait trop insister sur la place des interventions parlementaires pour faire progresser la croissance économique et l'intégration tout en jouant un rôle dans l'atténuation de la dette publique. L'impact de la pandémie de COVID-19 et les mesures à prendre pour dresser la situation affectent directement la vie des femmes et des filles et c'est sur ces points qui se concentrera toujours dans les caucus parlementaires régionaux des femmes. La réalité législative est que la plupart des États membres de la SADC ne disposent pas des cadres juridiques efficaces qui reconnaissent les rôles multiples des femmes et qui allègent les fardeaux de ces rôles d'une manière qui contribue à élargir la participation des femmes au développement de leur pays. La conséquence de cet état de fait est que la participation des femmes aux tâches visant à améliorer les moyens de subsistance peut rester limitée si nous ne parvenons pas à développer tous les moyens et les mesures juridiques susceptibles de garantir la protection et l'autonomisation des femmes. Le potentiel de la participation des femmes au marché du travail et à la croissance économique est indéniable. Mais pour que les contributions économiques des femmes soient actualisées et soutenues, les parlements de la SADC doivent évaluer soigneusement les politiques de travail et de protection sociale existantes et créer des politiques adaptées au contexte, axées sur les travailleuses, qui permettent aux femmes d'accéder aux ressources, de trouver et de conserver un emploi sans être obligées de sacrifier leurs droits sexuels et reproductifs. Ne pas fournir aux femmes de solides systèmes de protection sociale équivaut à un sabotage économique auto-infligé. Honorables membres, distingués dames et messieurs, j'espère que nous comprendrons tous que les femmes ne peuvent jamais être exclues et qu'il faut des espaces permettant aux filles de s'impliquer rapidement et sans crainte dans tous les secteurs de la société dans laquelle elles vivent. Les femmes et les filles doivent se voir accorder l'espace qui leur est dû à chaque table afin qu'elles puissent participer pleinement, car les décisions prises autour de cette table affectent directement leur vie et leurs moyens de subsistance. En tant que caucus parlementaire régional des femmes, notre mandat est de plaider pour que cela soit garanti aux femmes d'aujourd'hui et à celles qui viendront après nous. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Obrigada. J'ai dit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gabambo. Distinguished delegates already there with us. I have just been informed that, of course, there is a problem with transmission from the TMC. And as I said, the calculation is done from the Secretary of India, and for us not to relate to our IT. So you can blame us when we have particular talents. But so far, so good. We now will have the address by our Secretary President, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Honorable Christophe also Korea Parma, Honorable President Germato, let's hope that the transmission is here. Thank you.
Merci. Salutations à tout le monde. Merci beaucoup. Sa Majesté le roi Letsi III et chef de l'État. Très honorable Dr Mokech, Major Premier ministre du Royaume de Lesotho et invité d'honneur. Honorable Docteur Fiarovana Lovanira Célestin, vice-président du Forum parlementaire de la SADC. Honorable Momanahen Mukitimi, président du Sénat de Lesotho. Le très honorable Sifi Motayan, président de l'Assemblée nationale de SADC et hôte de la 50e Assemblée plénière. Très honorable Catherine Gotani, Ahara, députée présidente du Parlement du Malawi et hôte de la 51e session de l'Assemblée plénière. Honorable président et présidente des parlements nationaux et chef de délégation. Honorable président et présidente des parlements nationaux, très honorable Martin Gonga, président de l'Assemblée législative d'Afrique de l'Est. Très honorable Sodi Mohamed Tunis, président du Parlement de la CEDEAO. Honorable président du Parlement panafricain. Honorable Anne-Marie Mbilambangu, présidente du caucus parlementaire régional des femmes. Honorable président et chers collègues, distingués partenaires de coopération, distingués observateurs et chers invités à vos titres et qualités. C'est pour moi un grand honneur de vous souhaiter à tous la bienvenue à ces colloques organisés à l'occasion de notre 50e Assemblée plénière qui se tient autour du thème célébration
What is coming to IQ? Take the Yamsi.
Director of Ceremonies, we have lost DRC. We're trying to connect with them to facilitate their reconnection.
Je reprends donc.
C'est pour moi, lui, il a du discours.
Dès le début, hein?
Ouais, non, non. Si, si.
No, no.
Sorry, are you there? So, which part?
OK.
From which part of the business? Ils ont parlé. 2 minutes after. Ouais.
Je peux aller?
Le deuxième part.
À cette fin, le forum a initié diverses activités pour le renforcement des capacités en vue d'aider les parlementaires de la SADC à mieux comprendre les enjeux liés et à contribuer à leur autonomisation pour qu'ils remplissent plus efficacement leur mandat constitutionnel. Honorables membres, distingués délégués, mesdames et messieurs, permettez-moi de mettre en lumière seulement quelques-unes des réalisations notables accomplies par le Forum au cours de 24 dernières années. Le Forum se veut le porte-drapeau de la démocratisation et du développement socio-économique pour la région de l'Afrique australe. À cet égard, le Forum s'est résolu à poursuivre la mise en œuvre d'un programme centré sur l'être humain qui établit une corrélation entre les droits socio-économiques, les droits civils et politiques, lesquels Je dois reprendre le paragraphe. Allez. Le forum se veut le porte-drapeau de la démocratisation et du développement socio-économique pour la région de l'Afrique australe. À cet égard, le forum s'est résolu à poursuivre la mise en œuvre d'un programme centré sur l'être humain qui établit une corrélation entre les droits socio-économiques, les droits civils et politiques, lesquels représentent les deux faces de la même médaille. Dans ce contexte, tourné vers l'objectif d'assurer l'enracinement des principes démocratiques et le règne d'une culture des droits de l'homme, le Forum parlementaire de la SADC a promis la déclaration de droit régional par le biais de la mise en place des règles normatives. Dans ce même ordre d'idées, le Forum a élaboré divers instruments, à savoir les normes et règles relatives aux élections dans la région de la SADC, la loi type de la SADC relative au VIH-Sida, la loi type de la SADC relative à l'éradication du mal.
Programs that is transmission from the RC. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Acting secret. L'agent secret. Oui. Comment il est entré là-dedans? Acting secret. You can just... Ça va? Ces instruments essentiels fixent les critères de référence que les États membres de la SADC peuvent adopter ou adapter en tenant compte, bien entendu, de leurs spécificités. Ainsi, le forum favorise l'intégration sur le plan national de divers instruments internationaux relatifs au respect des droits de l'homme en vue, entre autres, du développement socio-économique. L'élaboration de ces cadres normatifs contribue aussi à l'approfondissement de l'intégration régionale, conformément aux aspirations des États membres de la SADC. Je suis heureux d'informer cette auguste Assemblée que le Forum est engagé dans le processus d'élaboration de la loi type de la SADC relative à la gestion des finances publiques. Cette loi type aidera à mettre en place les meilleures pratiques qui permettront aux parlements nationaux d'exercer efficacement une surveillance des finances de l'État et d'assurer le suivi de la croissance économique. Je me dois d'ajouter ici que l'intégration sur le plan national des principes énoncés dans ces cadres normatifs est une des principales aspirations du Forum et que nous continuerons à plaider en ce sens. Honorables membres, distingués délégués, mesdames et messieurs, le rôle que joue notre institution en cette période de la crise sanitaire due à la COVID-19 est encore plus pertinent. En effet, nous sommes convaincus que la SADC est bien placée pour assurer le leadership d'une riposte unie et multilatérale à la pandémie. En même temps, le Forum, comme organe législatif de la SADC, occupe une position unique en tant que pivot autour duquel peuvent s'organiser ces efforts collectifs. Il n'est fait aucun doute, à mes yeux, que nous ne pourrons vaincre la pandémie que si nous travaillons ensemble et qu'un rétablissement durable après la pandémie doit s'appuyer sur une coopération régionale et multinationale solide. Dans cet esprit, les parlements de la SADC sont prêts à jouer leur rôle complémentaire par rapport aux efforts déployés par le gouvernement de la SADC afin de surmonter la pandémie et de favoriser le redressement après les conséquences économiques désastreuses. Il nous faut donc des actions parlementaires visant à promouvoir la croissance économique et à atténuer la menace croissante d'une dette publique qui ne cesse de gonfler. Honorables membres, distingués délégués, mesdames et messieurs, cette 50e assemblée plénière et ses colloques, en particulier, nous offre une occasion exceptionnelle de commémorer et de rendre hommage aux fondateurs du Forum. C'est aussi l'occasion de souligner la justesse de leurs paroles et de leur intuition visionnaire lorsque, près de 3 décennies de cela, ils ont créé le Forum par le biais de l'initiative de Windows. Leurs efforts immenses et inlassables ont porté leurs fruits avec la décision prise par le 40e sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de la SADC, approuvant la transformation du Forum parlementaire de la SADC en Parlement régional de la SADC. On ne pouvait rêver d'occasion plus propice que cette 50e assemblée plénière pour célébrer cette étape historique essentielle. Nous sommes impatients de voir se réaliser une transformation harmonieuse, tandis que nous attendons que soient remplies les formalités requises, dont la modification du traité de la SADC et l'élaboration du protocole instituant les parlements de la SADC. Autant de procédures qui sont déjà actuellement engagées. Je suis également heureux de vous faire part que, en adéquation avec des buts qui nous sont chers, en l'occurrence l'égalité entre les sexes et la défense des droits de l'homme, notamment des droits des femmes et des filles, le Forum a élaboré une loi type de la SADC relative à la violence basée sur les genres, qui sera présentée devant l'Assemblée plénière pour examen et éventuellement adoption. L'adoption de cette loi type représentera un complément important à la déclaration de droit régional du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, à laquelle j'ai fait allusion précédemment. La loi type est appelée à modifier le paysage social de la région en renforçant la protection des victimes de violences basées sur le genre au moyen d'une approche centrée plutôt sur le respect des droits de l'homme. L'objectif ultime étant d'éliminer ces fléaux dans notre région. Honorables membres, distingués délégués, mesdames et messieurs, la 50e assemblée plénière offre aussi au Forum une occasion de reconnaître les défis du changement climatique et de prendre acte des progrès accomplis par les États membres de la SADC pour en atténuer les effets. Il est temps également de faire le point sur les difficultés auxquelles nous avons à faire face sur ce chapitre et de tracer la voie à suivre. Cette assemblée plénière marque aussi le début d'un voyage excitant à la découverte de nouvelles technologies pour l'Afrique australe, tandis que le Forum se lance dans l'examen de l'élaboration possible d'une législative type pour réglementer l'espace numérique. Qu'il me soit permis de rappeler à cette auguste assemblée, ce jour est un jour spécial pour une autre raison encore. Aujourd'hui, le monde commémore la Journée internationale des droits de l'homme autour du thème « Reconstruire en mieux, défendons les droits de l'homme ». Il est opportun que la cérémonie d'ouverture de la 50e Assemblée plénière ait coïncidé avec cette journée placée sous les meilleurs auspices. En tant que parlementaires, alors que nous célébrons les progrès accomplis sur la voie de la promotion de la démocratie et de la bonne gouvernance, grâce à diverses initiatives du Forum, commémorons cette journée par un engagement renouvelé à continuer à nous laisser guider par la culture des droits de l'homme, y compris des droits énoncés dans la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme. Au moment où le Forum commémore l'événement que représente sa 50e Assemblée plénière, je vous invite à vous remémorer certains des meilleurs parmi nous qui ont servi la région avec zèle dans le passé, soit comme employés, soit comme membres du Forum. Reconnaissons et célébrons toutes les réalisations accomplies jusqu'à présent et identifions les données dans lesquelles nous avons rencontré des difficultés afin de trouver des solutions pour y faire face. En outre, et surtout, restons déterminés à poursuivre notre progression sur la voie d'une excellence parlementaire, susceptible de renforcer la capacité des parlementaires de la SADC à exercer efficacement leurs prérogatives en matière de représentation, de législation et de surveillance. Honorables membres, distingués délégués, mesdames et messieurs, je tiens à rendre un hommage tout particulier à nos personnes ressources qui sont intervenus aujourd'hui, d'anciens présidents des parlements, d'anciens parlementaires, un ancien secrétaire général et d'autres anciens employés du Forum qui ont bien voulu honorer cet événement de leur présence et partager avec nous au cours de ces colloques leurs précieuses expériences et leurs souvenirs. Il s'agit là de certains des plus distingués fils et filles de la SADC qui ont consacré énormément de temps à construire les fondations sur lesquelles il a été possible d'édifier notre organisation telle qu'elle existe aujourd'hui. Un remerciement très spécial à chacun et à chacune d'entre vous pour avoir bien voulu, malgré vos agendas chargés, rehausser de votre présence cette cérémonie historique. Permettez-moi, avant de conclure, de nous souhaiter à tous des délibérations très fructueuses. Je vous remercie et je déclare le colloque officiellement ouvert. Merci.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, SADC as well as Speaker of the National Assembly of the DRC, for that one statement and we really apologize for the break in transmission. And since it's a very important statement that we are very through the secretary to ensure that it is follow on the very important message that the president wants on. At this stage, we want them to approve, and we will have also the same performance by the Sermona Performing Arts Academy with the song before and then for my speaker to deliver his welcome remarks. IT. I believe the number of song is below the vehicle. And according to my way that region, as you can see, right, we're gesticulating either hitching for a hit, more or less denotes Sarak here, now moving on to Sarak Parliament. Therefore, we have to make sure that all members get on board this vehicle to Sarak Parliament. That is complete. Having said this, then we are going to now have the honorable speaker to make his welcome remarks again. We feel that from Korea, so that the other delegates from other countries can then hear them properly and also see the clearly. Okay, maybe then ceremonies. Allow me to pay my respects to Majesty King, the head of state, the Right Honorable Dr. Ismail, Prime Minister of the Kingdom, whose guests of honor, Honorable Priest also work here on Sarak PM Radio, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Honorable Dr. Fama William, SADC Vice President, Honorable Mamai Kitty, President of the Senate, Honorable Yabani MP and Speaker of the Parliament of Malawi, used for the 51st Plenary session. Honorable Speakers and presiding officers of the National Assembly Parliament and heads of delegations. Honorable Ambassador Juma Yakobo Yangiza, East African Legislative Assembly representative, Honorable Matide Fortu, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister responsible for parliamentary affairs in the Kingdom of Lesotho, Honorable Simon Rapapa, Minister of Communications, Science and Technology, and moderator for Symposium and other parts of the session. Honorable Amusha Adinda Mwanawangwa, former SADC chairperson and former Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia. Honorable Graham Samai, former SADC chairperson and former Speaker of the National Assembly of Lesotho. His Excellency former SADC Vice Chairperson and Treasurer and Zonal Site Commissioner to the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Ali Chairperson of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, Honorable Vice President of the Senate, and Honorable Speaker of the Assembly. Leader of the opposition in the National Assembly, former Vice Chairperson of the EC, and former Angola. This is Yakoka Muganti, Acting Secretary General of the SADC, Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps, and representatives of regional and international community of international organization. Ms. Barbara Tabo, Club of the National Assembly of Botswana, and Chairperson of SADC Committee of Club. Club Secretary General of SADC National Parliament, Permanent Secretaries in the Government of Lesotho, Dr. Pacifica Tupa, former SADC Secretary General, distinguished cooperating partners, distinguished invited observers and guests, staff of the National Assembly, we apologize for this. We don't inform that other guests from candidates. So we are trying to treat the whole ID as well as ourselves we can. So I just for a slide post to see that's what we are able to hear.
Okay.
Director of Ceremonies, would you propose an interlude while you're sorting the issue? Would you propose an interlude of music?
Yes.
Because how no connect her in Kenya. How no connect her in or it's a sound the abona. There's nothing it's a more.
Kindly mute.
The summit of heads of state and governments of SADC held in 1997 approved the establishment of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which is abbreviated as the SADC PF. The SADC institution was established with the objective of constituting a parliamentary consultative assembly with the aim of creating a regional parliamentary framework for dialogue on issues and concerns of regional interest. Over the years, the SADC Parliamentary Forum has been advocating for a transformation of the forum into a regional parliament, arguing that the time is ripe for the transformation. It is against this background that a meeting to lobby for a parliament to President of the Republic of Zambia, President Edgar Lungu, was arranged to take place in Lusaka, Zambia's capital city. Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, Honorable Justice Dr. Patrick Matibini, State Council MP, was on hand to receive Honorable Fernando dos Santos, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the Angolan Parliament. Dr. Matibini also welcomed Honorable Madame Baleka Mbete, Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa. This took place at the Kenneth Kaunda International Airport prior to the meeting with President Edgar Lungu. The three speakers highlighted the significance of the lobbying mission for the SADC Parliament and how beneficial it will be to the SADC region.
Presidentes das Assembleias Nacionais do Zimbábue e da Zâmbia,
accompanied by the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zimbabwe and Zambia.
E viemos para ter uma audiência com o Presidente da República Zambiana.
So the main mission is to have a courtesy call with the Speaker, with the President of the Republic of Zambia.
Como sabe, há bem pouco tempo nós realizamos a 43ª Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC.
As you may know, very recently we held the 43rd Plenary Assembly Session of the SADC-PF.
Viemos muito respeitosamente prestar uma informação ao Sr. Presidente das questões relacionadas com o fórum que abordamos durante a Assembleia.
And we came to brief the President on the decision, on the issue that we have discussed during the plenary assembly session.
Well, as you know, we're a member of SADC, and other than that, we're also a member of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And as a forum, we collaborate very closely on matters of mutual interest. And part of our collaboration also involves engagement with our colleagues in the executive branches of government. And as SADC-PF, we've decided to have some engagement with the Zambian President, His Excellency Mr. Edgar Chagwa Lungu.
Well, it's very, very important. Important enough that we a few times have seen it fit to come together, to consult, to exchange views, explain things, and try and be in the same space about things. Because our people, of course, about whom everything is, are very important. So whether we are in the executive or in the legislature or in the judiciary, we all serve our people. So that's what is important about our coming together from time to time.
The speakers were hopeful that the discussions with President Lungu would be fruitful.
Nós viemos para pedir apoio, conselhos da sua experiência e viemos otimistas e esperançosos de receber lições e conselhos.
We came optimistic to receive advice and counsel from the President, from his experience, and we believe that we can achieve.
Very keen to engage him. There are a number of regional issues that have been pending for a long time, and we think that as a precursor to the Heads of Summit meeting, which will be held sometime in August, it is important that we begin engaging our colleagues in the executive branch of government.
We are the same people from this region, so what we expect is that we will find points of commonality, we will find resonance in the interests we all have in improving our infrastructure, our organization, and understanding from the perspectives from which we are operating, be it, as I said, in the legislature or in the executive, that we have the same understanding of the priorities of our people.
The lobbying mission for a SADC Parliament was all set at State House. The meeting was attended by the three speakers from Zambia, Angola, South Africa, and the Acting Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Boemo Sekobo, various delegates and members of the press. The Speaker of the Angolan Parliament briefed President Lungu about the forum and how it hopes to achieve a SADC Parliament.
O Parlamento Regional que nós pretendemos não será Parlamento supranacional.
The parliament that we also want will not be a supranational organization.
será parlamento que respeita a soberania dos Estados.
It will be a parliament that will respect the sovereignty of the states.
Não será parlamento com plenos poderes legislativos.
It won't be a parliament with full legislative powers.
Nós, numa primeira fase, pretendemos elaborar leis modelos que merecerão a aprovação dos chefes de Estado e adotadas pelos parlamentos nacionais de acordo com a sua aceitação prévia.
We are also aiming to set up a parliament that will establish and will approve model laws that will then be adopted by the Summit of Heads of State and Government.
And Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia outlined the benefits SADC stands to accrue once a SADC Parliament is formed.
And since inception, 21 years ago, we've actually been consulting. We've been consulting the last 21 years. And as a result of those consultations, some of our milestones
can you unmute?
Include one.
Club of Lesotho iPad, yes.
You have been unmuted, sir.
Okay. Can you hear us now? Does the speaker?
Perfectly.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are the pros and cons of technology. But we will get there one day. Invited observers and guests, staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, invited resource persons, members of the media, today, I feel very much honored to be the host speaker of one of the most memorable plenary assemblies. The 50th Plenary Assembly is indeed memorable for two reasons. Firstly, the forum is celebrating its golden jubilee. Secondly, the Plenary Assembly is meeting for the first time following the approval by the 41st Ordinary SADC Summit of Heads of State and Government, which was held on the 17th and 18th of August 2021 in Lilongwe, Malawi, of its transformation into a SADC parliament as a what is happening now? All right. As a consultative and deliberative body, I wish to seize this opportunity to congratulate the forum for these milestones achieved worth celebrating. I also wish to express my sincere gratitude to all the honorable speakers, honorable members, and all distinguished guests participating in this session who laid off other equally important commitments to participate in this session. On behalf of the Parliament of the Kingdom of Lesotho and on my own behalf, I wish to extend a warm welcome to you distinguished delegates, and I hope you will enjoy a virtual tour of the Kingdom of Lesotho, or the Kingdom in the Sky, so affectionately. I have noted with appreciation that we have in attendance 13 out of 15 member parliaments, and 11 of which are led by speakers. On that note, I wish to thank you all for gracing this occasion and making it a success. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Parliament of Lesotho has been an active and loyal member of the forum since its inception, and I'm proud that these celebrations are taking place on our soil, though virtually. Some of us who have since been there have been supporting the forum from the background, and we are grateful to be witnessing the beginning of yet another journey of implementing its transformation into regional parliament as envisioned by the forum's founders. Honorable President, distinguished delegates, this forum opens up yet another avenue for the representative of the people to critically consider and deliberate on people-centered issues, poised to give impetus to our efforts to foster parliamentary diplomacy and visibility with regard to developments in the SADC. Our theme, celebrating a new era towards consolidating the vibrant voices of SADC parliamentarians, is a positive riposte for the summit resolution. The onus is on us to ensure the utilization of the intended reforms. I urge my colleagues, honorable speakers, I urge that echo now. I urge the colleagues, honorable speakers, and the SADC PF lobby team to continue with the perseverance to make the intended transformation a reality. It is my fervent hope that this plenary assembly would not just be a rare opportunity for us to interact and be on the spotlight, but a moment for us to raise the parliamentary diplomacy, because the resolutions which will result from this forum will in one way or another affect our systems of governance in our respective jurisdictions. With these few words, Honorable President, Honorable Speakers, and Honorable Members, I now have the pleasure and privilege to invite the Right Honorable the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, Dr. Mekes Majoro, to deliver the keynote address. Dr. Majoro.
kopa le dule fatshe hlomphehi wa ka.
Ha se wena fela le batho ba Modimo.
Please, host IT, can you just mute?
His Majesty King Letsie III and Head of State, Honorable Christopher Boso Godia Wambua Sadak, PF President and Speaker of the National Assembly of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Honorable Dr. Fiavana Dovanirina Celestine Sadak, PF Vice President, Honorable Mamuna Hemikiti, President of the Lesotho Senate, the Right Honorable Spiri Mutanyani, Speaker of the National Assembly of Lesotho and host for the 50th Plenary Assembly, Right Honorable Catherine Gotani Hara, Member of Parliament, Speaker of the Parliament of Malawi and host for the 51st Plenary Assembly, Honorable Speakers and presiding officers of the national parliaments and heads of delegations, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Ngirakoba Dangiza, East African Legislative Assembly representative, Honorable Matibeli Mukhotu, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister responsible for Parliamentary Affairs here in Lesotho, Honorable Tsunyane Samuel Rapapa, Minister of Communication, Science and Technology, and moderator for the symposium on the theme, and other honorable ministers of the government of Lesotho. Honorable Amusa Katunda Mwana Mwamba, former SADC PF chairperson and former Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia. Honorable Ntwe Mutsamai, former SADC PF chairperson and former Speaker of the National Assembly in Lesotho. His Excellency Kobupang Duke Lefoko, former SADC PF Vice Chairperson and Treasurer and Botswana's High Commissioner to the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Anne-Marie Mbilambanku, Chairperson of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. Honorable Vice President of the Senate and Honorable Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Lesotho, Honorable Nyani Muleleki, Member of Parliament and Leader of Opposition in the National Assembly of Lesotho. Honorable Members of Parliament of Lesotho. Honorable Members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Honorable Maria Delordes Viga, former Vice Chairperson of the RWPC and former Member of Parliament from Angola. Mrs. Yapoka Mungandi, Acting Secretary General of the SADC PF. Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps, and the representatives of regional and international organizations. Ms. Barbara Ditapo, Clerk of the National Assembly of Botswana and Chairperson of the SADC PF Committee of Clerks. Clerks and Secretaries General of the SADC National Parliaments, Principal Secretaries in the Government of Lesotho, Dr. Kasuka Mutukwa, former SADC PF Secretary General, distinguished cooperating partners, distinguished invited observers and guests, staff of the National Assembly of Lesotho and national parliaments, staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, invited resource persons, members of the media. Allow me, distinguished guests, and on behalf of His Majesty King Letsie III, and indeed on my own behalf, to welcome you all to the Kingdom of Lesotho. Even though we are meeting virtually, through His Majesty's command, I wish to convey his regards and express his profound appreciation of the work ardently conducted by the SADC Parliamentary Forum for the benefit of Southern African countries. Today, I feel greatly honored to have a rare opportunity in my less than 2 years of being in the office of the Prime Minister, of addressing this unique assembly of speakers and members of parliament of our region. It is unfortunate that the COVID-19 restrictions and the prevailing economic challenges have deprived us of a much more desirous situation of physical interaction. However, I wish to assure you that the Lesotho Parliament, the government, and the people of the Kingdom of Lesotho are proud to be hosting this event in whatever form, which we last hosted in 2003. I noted with appreciation that the forum is celebrating its golden jubilee, marking the 50th Plenary Assembly. These celebrations incidentally coincide with the commemoration of the United Nations Human Rights Day. This day presents an opportunity for UN member countries to celebrate their success in protecting and defending the rights and civil liberties of people, while at the same time accounting for omissions, violations, and abuses. The 2021 World Report published by the Human Rights Watch has unveiled quite a daunting situation of incidents of human rights violations of 2020 in approximately 100 countries of the world, which included 6 countries from our region. Our gathering should therefore also reflect deeply on the scourge of human rights abuses and the actions that you, as public representatives, must take to protect the people of Southern Africa. The unavoidable COVID-19 restrictions and lockdowns imposed by countries to contain further spread of the virus and to save lives continue to infringe on our people's freedom of movement, of assembly, religion, and employment. Furthermore, we note with dismay reports of increased statistics of gender-based violence, rape, and murder. The diversion of scarce resources to procure PPE and vaccines has infringed on our people's fundamental rights of access to health services. As we commemorate this day, I wish to invite the SADC PF as one of the fundamental regional oversight bodies to work with SADC member states to eliminate gross human rights violations in line with the provisions of Article 5C and K of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Constitution. Honorable President, distinguished guests, the Plenary Assembly theme, celebrating a new era towards consolidating the voices of parliamentarians in SADC, presents an invaluable opportunity for participants to understand and learn more about their institution and its future. The invitation of the founding fathers and mothers of our organization to share their valued perspectives is timely and appropriate. This will not only equip current members with rich institutional memories of our organization, it will also put in place relevant perspective to support the future of this organization as a SADC parliament. Since its establishment in 1997, The SADC PF has made giant strides in its endeavors to assist its sister parliaments to fulfill their constitutional mandates in the consolidation of democracy and good governance. Lesotho salutes the progress made by the forum in reinforcing transparency and accountability through normative standard setting. In this respect, I acknowledge the significance of the SADC PF model laws as powerful legislative benchmarks for the SADC region and the influence they have on our domestic legislative processes. The model law on child marriages was used as a reference material by the members of parliament and other stakeholders in advocating for a review and amendment of Child Protection and Welfare Act with the intention to criminalize child marriages in Lesotho. This legal framework was also instrumental in 2020 when the Ministry of Social Development conducted public awareness campaigns against child marriages in several districts of this country. The 50th Plenary will also consider the SADC model law on gender-based violence in its agenda, and this is timely and immensely important. This model law will make a significant contribution towards our region achieving gender equality and respect for human rights. For us in the kingdom, this model law, though in draft form, is working as a point of reference for our committee on social cluster, currently working on the counter domestic violence bill. The bill intends to provide protection of rights of victims and prevention of domestic violence and strives to abolish some of the existing abusive practices which denigrate women and girls. It is my fervent hope that the Parliament of Lesotho shall be one of the first to align domestic legislation with this instrument. Honorable President, distinguished guests, Lesotho acknowledges the existence of the forum as a key institutional organ of the SADC, whose aims and objectives are targeting enhancement of the dimension and the face of the SADC and her citizens without discrimination through targeted parliamentary interventions. The plenary assembly is a driving force for key resolutions that inter alia promote parliamentarism, boost cooperation between SADC countries, and strive to implement socioeconomic policies poised to improving the quality of life for SADC citizens. I recognize a robust partnership framework consolidated by the forum in the last decades and the consistent endeavors of the forum to engage on SADC regional strategies, which are keen to promote domestication of governance norms that favor the state of democracy. Lesotho is one of the member countries which are benefiting from the SADC PF program on sexual and reproductive health rights and governance, through which numerous milestones in the form of dialogues, as well as legislative and regulatory frameworks, have been achieved. Through this project, our members and local stakeholders have increased capacity and have managed to elevate the visibility of Parliament in the country's health sector. The role that SADC and SADC PF have played over the years in promoting regional integration and democracy cannot go unnoticed. As a result of multiple interventions by these regional institutions, Lesotho remains a stable and peaceful democracy. As we speak, Lesotho, through the facilitation of SADC, is engaged in institutional reforms targeting inter alia the constitution, parliament itself, the judiciary, public sector, security agencies, the economy, and media. I am proud to inform you that two very crucial bills have been submitted to the National Assembly. One is the Referendum Bill 2021, which shall pave way for undertaking referendums in Lesotho, including the referenda consultations that shall emerge out of Lesotho's reform program. Another one is the 11th Amendment to the Constitution, which aims at giving effect to the resolutions of the multi-stakeholder national dialogue on comprehensive national reforms. The National Reforms Authority is currently working on drafting instructions for Parliamentary Service Bill, which aims to improve the capacity of Parliament to execute its important mandates of oversight and legislation. The parliamentary reforms will help the Lesotho Parliament to attain the minimum legal, normative, and institutional standards for democratic legislatures, per the SADC PF benchmarks for democratic legislatures. As you will agree with me, Honorable President and honorable members, the SADC PF benchmarks for democratic legislatures are a point of reference for contemporary democracies. Lesotho is therefore committed to move strongly in that direction. I have noted with appreciation that the long envisioned goal of transforming the forum into a SADC parliament has ultimately come to fruition. I wish to commend the relentless efforts of the forum in successfully pushing this agenda forward after failed numerous attempts. And in this respect, I wish to commend the efforts of Speaker Sipiri Mutanyane for being tenacious and continuing to badger me that, dear Mr. Prime Minister, continue to move. Don't stop here, move on until we finally reach some arrangement. I was one of the last holdouts in this process, arguing that a supranational body can neither oversee sovereign governments nor legislate in member countries. But in the end, I was persuaded that the existence of such a parliament still has an important role in helping cement the bonds of unity and peace amongst SADC citizens through the pursuit of common legislative standards. I wish to congratulate the forum's lobby team of honorable speakers for their commitment, dedication, and tenacity in making this dream a reality today. We need the same rigorous speed and energy in pushing for the amendment of the SADC Treaty, as well as the process leading to the ratification of the protocol on the SADC Parliament. I appeal to member countries to support this process and ensure that it is completed without delay. Lesotho will provide the requisite support for the new SADC Parliament. Honorable President, honorable members, I wish to conclude my remarks by highlighting that we are still under the pandemic season, especially now that we hear of a more pernicious variant known as Omicron. It is in times such as this that we as leaders feel more indebted to the people we represent. I therefore urge the SADC PF and all regional leaders to work around the clock to encourage the people of the region to engage in voluntary vaccination in order to combat the loss of precious lives. At this juncture, allow me to wish you the best of deliberations and resolutions which will work for the good of our region. I thank you. Asante, obrigado, merci.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for that powerful statement that you've made. And as we say in Lesotho, lidumme, meaning loosely translated, it is standard. And I'm sure speakers Mudenda, Kachavivi, and the then speaker Tandi Mudise, they've heard it from the horse's mouth today about the transformation of SADC PF to SADC Parliament. Indeed, we honor them through their tenacity, as the Honorable Prime Minister has said. Right now, we are almost nearing towards the end. We are now going to have a vote of thanks by Right Honorable Catherine Katani Hara, MP, Speaker of the Parliament of Malawi, and host for the 51st Plenary Assembly session. And just before that, Honorable Speaker, really we have to thank the Prime Minister for having stayed on, because we actually plucked him out from another busy schedule and he has to rush back to that very same assignment. But for that, we are thankful, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you, sir. And then, Madam Acting Secretary General, as well as IT, please ensure that we have now Speaker Catherine Kotani Hara, Speaker of Malawi, to deliver her vote of thanks.
Thank you. His Majesty, the King III, His Excellency, the Right Honorable Dr. Mokesi Mayoro, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho and guest of honor, Honorable Christopher Boso Banga, SADC PF President and Speaker of the National Assembly of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Honorable Dr. Flaviola Rovarina, SADC PF Vice President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Right Honorable Seferi Motanyane, MP, host for the 50th Plenary Assembly, MP and host for the Assembly, Honorable Professor Peter Kajavivi, host speaker for the SADC PF headquarters and Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia, Honorable speakers and presiding officers of the national parliaments and heads of delegation, Honorable Martin Ngonga, Speaker of East African Legislative Assembly, Honorable Anne-Marie Mbirambangu, Chairperson of the Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus, Honorable Toyane Samuel Rapapa, MP and Minister of Communication and Minister of Parliamentary Affairs of Lesotho, Honorable Members of Parliament of the Kingdom of Lesotho, Honorable members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Yapoka, Acting Secretary General of the SADC PF, Mr. Elias Impedi Magosi, SADC Executive Secretary, Your Excellency, members of the Diplomatic Corps and representative of the regional and international organizations present here, Permanent Secretary to the Prime Minister, Ms. Barbara Dipano, Chairperson of the Committee of Clerks and Clerk of the National Assembly of Botswana, Clerks and Secretary General of SADC National Parliaments, Permanent Secretaries in the Government of Lesotho, distinguished cooperating partners, distinguished invited observers, guests, members of the media. It is a great honor and privilege to metaphorically rise before you today to give the vote of thanks as we conclude the official opening ceremony of the SADC Parliamentary Forum 50th Plenary Assembly Session. On behalf of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, I wish to thank our guest of honor, His Excellency, the Right Honorable Dr. Mokesi Mayoro, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, for warmly welcoming us to the Kingdom of Lesotho, albeit virtually, and for officially opening this 50th Plenary Assembly Session. Your Excellency, your acknowledgement of the role played by the SADC PF in coming up with the key resolutions that promote parliamentarism, boost cooperation between SADC countries, and promote the actualization of socio-economic human rights should serve as a rallying call for all SADC parliamentarians to energetically pursue unity and equality in the region. As we continue to seek to foster unity and integration in the region, we must also seek in our quest to ensure that SADC citizens enjoy equal access to health care as expounded by the Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 3 on health and well-being for all. Your Excellency, the guest of honor, distinguished guests, as a forum of parliamentarians and representing the aspiration of millions of citizens of our respective countries in the region, we remain highly indebted to Lesotho and its people, the Basotho, for the role your country continues to play in improving the quality of life for the people of SADC. This is evidenced by the work and contribution that your representatives at the forum and other like-minded institutions in the region and the continent play in fostering regional integration, improving parliamentary democracy, improving socio-economic conditions, and advancing a culture of human rights. I am comforted to know that we can rely on Lesotho's continued support in changing the lived experiences of the people in the region. As we are gearing up for the transformation of this forum into a regional parliament, we are looking forward to Lesotho playing a key role in ensuring that parliamentary democracy is strengthened in the region. We wish to thank you all and all other leaders of government in the region for ensuring that the long overdue aspiration of transformation finally becomes a reality. I wish to take this opportunity to thank and appreciate the wonderful leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Motanye and the National Assembly of the Kingdom of Lesotho for the impressive and courteous manner in which they have organized this virtual 50th Plenary Assembly session. We regret that we have not been physically able to travel to Maseru, the capital of Lesotho, for this plenary assembly session, but your legendary hospitality has nonetheless touched our hearts. Your Excellency, the guest of honor, distinguished guest, to all honorable speakers, presiding officers, and delegations of our national parliaments who have taken the time to join this official opening ceremony and participate in the rest of the program of the plenary over the next 2 days, I wish to thank you all for honoring us with your presence and wish us all very fruitful deliberation. Your continued dedication to the business of the forum gives us all hope of greater things to come. Your Excellency, the guest of honor, distinguished guest, I would also like to express our appreciation to our Secretary General, Ms. Sekoma, and the ever hardworking members of the Secretariat for once again pulling off a seamless official opening ceremony of the 50th Plenary Assembly session. Your Excellency, the guest of honor, distinguished guests, in closing, as your host for the next gathering of this magnitude, I wish to take this opportunity to invite you to Malawi for the SADC Parliamentary Forum 51st Plenary Assembly in June 2022. We have observed through this official opening how things are done, and we are already looking forward to welcoming you to our shores. The form or nature of that event will still be decided in collaboration with the key role players, and an announcement will be made in due course. Merci beaucoup, Mochi obrigado, thank you very much, asante sana, keyali boha. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear us? Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker Catherine Kotani Hara, for those words in terms of vote of thanks, as well as the invitation that we've extended to our principals. And as I've said, of course, this is going to be in June 2022, and we are hopeful that by then, this sketch maybe will have lessened and that we will clearly enjoy the shores of Lake Malawi and also enjoy the Kapenda, which is already famous from your beautiful lake. Now we have actually arrived now towards the closing session of this particular official opening, and we are now going to have the singing of the anthems of SADC
AU, and Lesotho in that order before we make further announcements about this afternoon's symposium. IT host, the anthems. May we stand.
Dawn of a certainty. Dawn of a better future, and hope for regional and universal integration towards a better unity and harmony. Cradle of humanity, cradle of our ancestors. Let us praise with joy the realization of our hopes and raise the banner of solidarity. Dawn of a certainty.
quite a few. Firstly, we are aware that, as it was mentioned, that we have also the Human Rights Day commemoration today. I think the SADC PF Secretary General has issued a media statement on human rights, and it's available now online. And I've just realized that it has now been passed on. So all the distinguished delegates will receive that statement on Human Rights Day. And also for this afternoon, of course, I do realize about two of our countries maybe were not on the same time frame, but at least it has been agreed that we break for lunch and we'll come back here exactly 2 o'clock to resume with the symposium. And for that, we will now have, of course, the Honorable Minister of Communications now presiding over the symposium. We'll first have the opening by the President of the SADC PF. And having said this, now we are going to break for virtual lunch. And bon appetit. Lunch is served, and it's going to be next door. At least protocol as well as our officials are just going to show us where we are going to have lunch. And I didn't make any mistake, lunch is served. So please, protocol, as you know, of course, as we always go about our business, and I'm sure with the other delegations, they will do the same. Let's enjoy our lunch and then come back at 2 o'clock for the symposium. Kia leboha, kgotso, pula na. plenary, which is now in the form of symposium. But before that, as you realize from our program, we'll have the opening of the symposium by the address by the SADC PF President and Speaker of the Assembly of the DRC, Honorable Christophe Ngodia Pangwa, who will then open this session for us. And then from there, we have a panel discussion that will be moderated by Honorable Chinyan Rapapa and our Minister of Communications. And he will introduce the various panelists and he will take you over from there. But for now, we now give the right honorable Speaker and President of the SADC PF to go ahead, that is to make his opening remarks for the symposium. Thank you.
Hi. One 5 minutes. Okay.
Hi, brother. Mr. President.
ITO.
Yes, sir.
Director of Ceremonies, who are communicating with the DRC, they have requested 5 minutes.
Okay. We will hang on then.
Thank you. Meanwhile, we'll request an interlude.
Money and they didn't believe those values were there. That was what we call the three little piggies, what they did. Those diamonds came out, the 3 diamonds in 3 weeks, and that that was what turned the tables. And then the money was forthcoming to develop the mine, because those 3 diamonds today would be worth $30-40 million. And so I mean, then it was away, and we could build the mine the way we wanted it.
The JCI investment brought the capital that was needed to reopen Letseng, and production resumed in 2004. But in 2005, JCI's majority shareholder and CEO Brett Kebble found himself in financial trouble and wanted to dispose of his assets, including Letseng. That's when Gem Diamonds, Letseng's current majority shareholder, entered the picture.
It was a public auction process. There were 12 companies which were shortlisted finally, and we all submitted bids. The Gem Diamonds bid was the highest bid, $118.5 million, and we acquired essentially 70%, and we assisted the Lesotho government with a loan to allow them to increase their stake from 24% to 30%, and that is a position which pertains.
Honorable Monakota Dumela. Honorable Monakota Dumela, unmute Dumela.
Hello. How are you? How are you?
I'm okay.
I'm
good.
fine, sir. I'm good.
See you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. You are muted. Mutile. Muted. You are muted, Mututif. Unmute.
Erra, ki mute. Erra. I can mute.
Yeah, we see a mere gahoot.
Make you wait a moment, I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
The Lesotho Highlands Water Project is a binational project between the Kingdom of Lesotho and the Republic of South Africa. This project harnesses the Senku River, which is also known as the Orange River. The water is then transferred to South Africa. The water delivery system used for this purpose also generates hydroelectric power in the Kingdom of Lesotho. The project is based on the double coincidence of needs. While South Africa needed more water to meet its projected demand for industrial and domestic purposes, the government of Lesotho had for some years also been seeking ways of earning external revenue. Harnessing and exporting its abundant water resources and developing hydropower locally to reduce Lesotho's dependence on imported energy answered these needs. Following extensive studies of alternative transfer schemes, the options were eventually narrowed down to two hypothetical schemes, namely the Lesotho Highlands Water Project and the Orange Vaal Transfer Scheme. Based on the computation of the operating costs of each scheme, the conclusion was that the Orange Vaal Transfer Scheme would be twice as expensive as the Lesotho Highlands Water Project. The Lesotho and South African governments signed a water treaty in 1986 to implement the project over a 30-year period. The project was designed to, on completion of all four phases, transfer water to South Africa at a rate of 70 cubic meters per second. According to the World Bank, the project was the largest public sector undertaking in Africa at the time of its inception, involving the construction of the highest dam on the continent and large capacity tunnels to transfer water between the two countries. The first phase comprised the construction of the Katse Dam, the Mohale Dam, interconnecting tunnels, and the Muela hydroelectric plant. Furthermore, infrastructure such as access roads, bridges, power lines, accommodation amenities, and healthcare facilities were also constructed. The Katse Dam, located 2,000 meters above sea level, is the main intersection for the entire project. The dam wall is a staggering 185 meters high. Water from other dams and subsequent phases collects at this dam. Water is transferred from the Katse Dam through the Katse intake tower to generate 72 megawatts of electricity for domestic purposes. The inauguration of the water transfer component of the project took place on the 22nd of January 1998, followed by the launch of the Muela hydropower plant on the 22nd of January 1999. The inauguration of the entire first phase of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project was on the 16th of March 2004. Several ongoing social and environmental programs ensue from the Lesotho Highlands Water Project. The Katse Botanical Garden covers 17 hectares and contains a rich diversity of birds, medicinal, ornamental, as well as utility plants. The garden was initially used to house plants that were rescued from the Katse and Mohale Dam basins. Other plants collected from various areas in Lesotho have also been replanted in the garden for conservation purposes. 2 aquaculture projects are also being implemented, namely Katse Fish Farms and Highlands Trout. Some of the benefits derived from these projects include employment opportunities for Basotho, an increase in tourism, and the acquisition of new skills and technology by local communities. The signing of the agreement to implement Phase 2 of the project took place in Maseru on the 11th of August 2011, followed by the launch of this phase on the 27th of March 2014. Phase 2 comprises of the construction of the Potihadi Dam and a 38-kilometer transfer tunnel linking this dam with the Katse Reservoir. The feasibility study for the hydropower component of Phase 2 is currently underway. A pump storage scheme was also identified as an option subject to the outcome of the feasibility study. Throughout the years, the Lesotho Highlands Water Project has won no less than 9 prestigious awards from leading associations in the areas of project management, engineering, hydropower generation and management, construction, as well as environmental planning and management. This year, the Lesotho Highlands Development Authority commemorates the 30th anniversary of the signing of the Treaty on the Lesotho Highlands Water Project and the origin of a successful bilateral cooperation and partnership agreement between the 2 countries involved. The significant achievements of Phase 1 in the project are likewise celebrated. As the development surges forward, the Lesotho Highlands Development Authority remains cognizant of the emerging requirements from the riparian states in the river basin under the auspices of the Orange Senku River Commission, the institution responsible for managing the transboundary resources of the Orange Senku River shared by Lesotho, Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa. The implementation of the second phase of the project will commence as a new chapter in the success story of this striking example of modern and innovative transboundary water resources management in Africa. But even more important, there is no doubt that the new phase will allow the Lesotho Highlands Water Project to continue promoting sustainable economic growth, reducing poverty, and improving the livelihoods of the people of both Lesotho and South Africa.
In the clouded mountains of Africa, an
Mesdames et messieurs, les domaines d'intérêt du forum couvrent un éventail de sujets, dont notamment la bonne gouvernance et la réalité, la démocratie et l'état de droit, la souveraineté parlementaire, la gestion Je reprends?
Le dernier paragraphe.
Oui. Je peux commencer? Allez. Les domaines d'intérêt du forum couvrent un éventail de sujets, dont notamment la bonne gouvernance et la responsabilité, la démocratie et l'état de droit, la souveraineté parlementaire, la gestion de finances publiques, l'égalité des genres, la gouvernance des ressources naturelles, le commerce, le droit de l'homme et le constitutionnalisme. À cette fin, le Forum a poursuivi sans relâche ses efforts de soutenir les membres du Parlement de tous les pays de la SADC par le biais de diverses activités de renforcement des capacités dans le but d'améliorer la compréhension des parlementaires de la SADC autour de ce thème et de leur permettre de s'acquitter plus efficacement de leur mandat constitutionnel. Honorables membres, distingués délégués, mesdames et messieurs, permettez-moi d'insister sur mon appel pathétique à tous les membres du Parlement de la SADC à se consacrer à la défense et à la promotion des droits de l'homme, surtout en cette journée internationale des droits de l'homme. Enfin, je remercie sincèrement, une fois de plus, nos personnes ressources qui sont parmi les meilleurs fils et filles de la SADC et qui nous ont servi avec distinction dans le passé. Au nom du Forum et à mon nom personnel, je tiens à réitérer notre sincère gratitude à toutes les personnes ressources qui ont accepté de venir partager leur expérience avec nous. Sur ce, je saisis cette occasion pour vous souhaiter à tous des délibérations très fructueuses. Je vous remercie et je déclare le symposium officiellement ouvert.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And without much further ado, having now officially opened the symposium, I will now hand over to the Honorable Minister of Communications, who is now the moderator, who will introduce the panelists, and we'll take it from there. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much.
Let me start by paying my regards to His Majesty King Letsie III, the Right Honorable the presiding officers of the National Parliament, honorable ministers of the Kingdom of Lesotho, all members of SADC Parliament and delegates here present, the clerk and secretaries of SADC National Parliaments, invited resource persons, distinguished panelists of this symposium, distinguished guests. Before I go further to indicate who are our panelists, let me just read the regulation and also the time allocated for this symposium. The plan is that we are going to adjourn or close the symposium at 20 minutes past 4. And the topic for this discussion is celebrating a new era of democracy towards consolidating the vibrant voices of SADC parliamentarians. The panelists will be given 7 to 9 minutes each to make their interventions, and they will share their perspectives based on their enriching experience. And this will be a very participatory process. And for that matter, we will have questions during this plenary by members, and I'll also, as a moderator, interject where necessary. But you can ask for a permission to have a question as a member by raising a hand for those who are present, and also through the chat box. And you can also raise your hand on the devices that we are having. The first topic is the Windhoek Initiative and the birth of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, celebrating the emergence of the voice of Parliament in SADC regional integration. We have 4 panelists. The first panelist is Honorable Amusa Katunda Mwana Mwamba, former SADC PF chairperson from 2004 to 2006, and a former Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia. Second panelist is Honorable Mthuli Mtsamai, former SADC PF chairperson from 2002 to 2004, and former Speaker of the National Assembly of the Kingdom of Lesotho, and now Minister of Tourism, Environment and Culture. The third panelist is Dr. Kasunda Mtukwa, former SADC PF Secretary General from 1999 to 2009. The last panelist is Honorable Advocate Jacob Francis Zindamulimu Mudenda, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zimbabwe and a member of the SADC PF Executive Committee. Without further ado, let me give you Honorable Amusa Mwana Mwambwa to make your presentation, and please observe a 7-minute time allocated to your presentation. Thank you. Go ahead, Honorable.
Hear me? Can everybody hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you very much indeed. I will not repeat the salutations which have been made previously by other speakers, just to say I'm grateful for the honor of participating in this very important symposium. In the 7 minutes allocated to me, I have time only to say the following. I was introduced to the SADC Parliamentary Forum accidentally, as it were, in 1997. I was then a member of the Council of Ministers of the SADC executive. I was unaware that the following year I would actually be a participant in the SADC Parliamentary Forum itself when I was elected Speaker of the Parliament of Zambia. Then I realized that what I had heard the year before was much more serious than I had imagined. With regard to the aims and objectives of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, these are well recorded in the various documents, including our constitution. So I will not rehearse them because I don't have the time. But just to say that I was elected Speaker after the Honorable Musamai, who is on the panel this afternoon. During her time, it was envisaged, it was realized that the time had come for the forum to become a regional parliament. So the SADC-PF resolved that we undertake trips, courteous calls to various heads of state in SADC. There were 14 at the time. Now I understand there are 15. By coincidence, the first visit was arranged for Zambia. And I was requested to make arrangements for our chairperson, Honorable Musamai, to come and have a discussion with the President of Zambia, His Excellency Levi, or in English, Levi Mwanawasa. We had a wonderful meeting with him, and he expressed his desire, if necessary, even to be the mover of the motion before his colleagues in the SADC executive. But we still had 13 more heads of states to go. And during all that time, a period of about 3-4 years, we had covered all of them. And we were very pleased to note that nearly all of them agreed to the idea of the forum transforming into a regional parliament. I said nearly all of them. However, because the SADC executive works on the basis of consensus, meaning one-mindedness, meaning all of them must agree. Unfortunately, 2 of the 14 heads of state did not agree. And their disagreement with our proposal held up a very noble arrangement for us to transit into the parliament. I will not name the heads of state concerned, but I think the record shows who they were. Now, why should we transit into a parliament? At this point, I would like to compliment our successors for the job well done. We noticed they carried on the struggle for transformation to the extent that sometime this year, the heads of state, and thank God the high turnover, those 2 who were opposed were no longer heads of state. The new heads of state agreed in principle to the transformation. The phrase "in principle" is very technical. It means not all is done. So it looks like we still have more work to do. I understand there is more paperwork to be done in order to amend, for instance, the treaty, I think, the SADC treaty, to allow for the SADC Parliament to be an official organ of SADC. So there's still more work to be done. Now, the benefits are well known, and we rehearsed them before. The need to deal with issues with gender equality, gender parity or inequality. This is a very important matter which we dealt with, and I believe is still being dealt with to this day. The issues of regional integration and cooperation in all fields, immigration, trade, commerce, industry, transportation, and so on. These are extremely important. The issue, for instance, of immigration are fundamental. Now, I'm speaking to you from a distance of only 80 kilometers from Angola, which is 270 kilometers, I think, from Lusaka. For me to move from here to cross into Angola, for instance, or in the DRC, north of where I am, I need a passport. I need a visa. Surely that is not regional cooperation. Surely we cannot develop industry. We cannot promote the movement of persons, goods, and services. Surely we cannot promote investment in our regional states. So I congratulate and I rejoice regarding the idea of this decision I referred to in principle, but we still have a long way. I will not consider myself to be a citizen of SADC if I am still required to carry a visa in my passport to cross into Malawi or in Tanzania or in Angola or in South Africa or in Lesotho or anywhere else within SADC. That is not regional cooperation or integration. So we still have a long way. I don't know how many minutes I still have. 1 minute, I'm told I have only 1 minute. Just to wish those who have taken over from us a wonderful assignment. Carry on. Some of us are still on, are still here. Unfortunately, we have lost most of the founding members, founding mothers and fathers of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Our interim chairman, who was with us for some time, Dr. Mose Chitendero, is no longer with us. But he and his team, one of whom was actually the clerk of the National Assembly of Zambia, the late Muhelwa Chive Sakunda, that team, including my elder sister, Frin Jiniwala, who set up this forum on our behalf, did a marvelous job. There is more work to be done. Thank you very much, Honorable Moderator. Just cutting like that, just a bit, okay. Okay. It's okay.
the chairperson of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the host speaker, Honorable Sipiri Mutanyani, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Leader of the House. In the interest of time, allow me to say all protocol observed. It is with a profound feeling of honor and privilege that I trust such an eminent mix of personalities, the speakers and presiding officers, members of parliament, parliamentary staff, and invited guests from across Southern Africa. I feel greatly humbled. The topic for this session, namely, the Windhoek Initiative and the birth of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, celebrating the emergence of the voice of Parliament in SADC regional integration, is indeed a fitting finale as we pause to reflect over the journey traveled in the last 50 plenary assemblies of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. First and foremost, this presents an opportunity for us to pay tribute to the trailblazers, former speakers and heads of the highest democratic institution, Parliament, in various jurisdictions in SADC region, the luminaries lauded for the genesis of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. They include Honorables Almeida from Angola, Mwaku Botswana, Mtina Eswatini, Kulani Lesotho, Munyenyembe Malawi, Jola Mauritius, Mulembwe Mozambique, Chitendero Namibia, Makreka Seychelles, Jinwala South Africa, Msekwa Tanzania, Muila Deputy Speaker Zambia, Ndebele Zimbabwe. Speaker Amusa Mwanamamba followed shortly, the one who has just spoken now. He took the mantle and became the head of the Parliament of Zambia. I followed a little later, ascending to the speakership of the National Assembly of Lesotho, following the sad demise of my predecessor, Dr. Kulani, may his soul rest in peace. It is pertinent to note at this juncture that upon assumption of high office, speakers normally find themselves isolated and confronted by the most arduous tasks and the intricacies inherent with speakership. The matter which is compounded by the lack of prior training for the job, whereas all of a sudden they have to contend with something that most people spend their lives avoiding, making decisions. Speakers rule on points of order and make a myriad of decisions on questions as and when they arise during the business of the House. Speakers at all times are required to walk a tightrope to carry out the most delicate and vital task of safeguarding and balancing the rights of the majority and the minorities, or of those who hold unpopular views, thereby managing the political diversity and pluralism in their respective houses. It is, however, unavoidable that the way it is done affects the style of the House, and every speaker comes in for a certain degree of criticism for favoring backbenchers or the government or the opposition, or to be criticized on all fronts simultaneously. It was for this reason that the aforesaid visionaries, under the able leadership of Dr. Chitendero, conceptualized a forum of colleagues, the speakers presiding in their national parliaments. The whole idea was premised on the understanding that this would enable them to draw on each other's experiences and acquire the requisite skills necessary for the execution of their duties. In time and upon consideration of the matter, speakers deemed it fitting and appropriate to expand the scope of the forum to include all those who bear the responsibility of representing their people in Parliament. Due cognizance was also given to the fact that members of Parliament assume the responsibilities without any specific professional qualifications, yet they too must make policy decisions in the face of rival demands of domestic society and the world at large. This line of thinking was also prompted by the glaring absence of a regional mechanism for parliamentarians of SADC member states to debate and inform the SADC summit of the popular views on development and other issues affecting the peoples and the countries of SADC. There was no mechanism for introducing and sustaining SADC's regional integration agenda in national parliaments. Therefore, the concept of the forum was pitched to a higher level of a consultative parliamentary body in the SADC region, with an ultimate intention of establishing a SADC parliament with full legislative powers, an institution which would enable the participation of elected representatives of the people in the work of SADC, thereby tapping into the synergy of skills and talents in this region. Ultimately, on the 8th of September 1997, the SADC Summit of Heads of State and Government approved the establishment of the SADC Parliamentary Forum as an autonomous institution of SADC in accordance with Article 9, subsection 2 of the SADC Treaty. To the visionaries, speakers mentioned earlier, this was the most welcome development, as it meant the emergence of the voice of Parliament in SADC regional integration. The establishment of the SADC Parliamentary Forum has seen the achievement of a number of milestones, as it has already been alluded to, hence a reason for celebration. However, SADC Parliamentary Forum is currently not an integral part of SADC, and it is nothing more than an association without recognition from the leaders of SADC. This is by virtue of being established under Article 9, subsection 2, which reads, other institutions may be established as necessary. The meeting will recall that in the preceding text, I made reference to the ultimate intention of the visionaries to establish a SADC parliament with full legislative powers. This noble mission to transform the SADC PF into a SADC parliament was pursued with vigor and determination. We knocked on every door, as my colleague has already indicated, lobbying the SADC summit and our heads of state and government for support. I can still vividly recall my tenure as the chairperson of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, going from country to country, presenting the case for the transformation. We expressed our desire for the parliament to be established under Article 9, subsection 1 of the SADC Treaty, so that it can assume a higher status and receive due recognition. It was envisaged that SADC Parliament will take the process of integration to a higher level and promote the political and socio-economic development of the region. To date, the status quo is that we have national parliaments and a continental parliament, but no regional parliament. It is our region, Southern Africa, that is lagging behind in this regard. Other regions boast regional legislatures such as the ECOWAS Parliament and the East African Legislative Assembly. We had a guest this morning from EALA. I've heard the latest development that SADC Parliamentary Forum has finally been transformed into a SADC Parliament. Now the question is it the kind of parliament we have been so eagerly waiting for? This remains to be seen. Nonetheless, I wish to once again thank the foresight and steadfastness of my former colleagues, the ingenuity of the then Secretary General, Dr. Kasuka Mutukwa, and the Secretariat staff. May I conclude by wishing the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum a speedy recovery. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Your notice, your words, and the experience you have indicated. I'm just wondering how it will be done now that there is limitations of movement because of COVID. It was an advantage at that time when we moved from country to country, and we appreciate the challenges and the experiences you have had. I will now call upon Dr. Kasuka Mutukwa, former SADC PF Secretary General, with the experience of from 1999 to 2009. And Dr. Mutukwa help us to count how come that we are at the 50th Plenary session, and yet SADC Parliamentary Forum was only established in 1997. How do we count? Do we have 2 plenaries per year or 3 or what? But I'm just indicating to you that maybe that explanation could be made for us who are new in this parliamentary forum. Anyway, Dr. Mutukwa, you have the floor.
The moderator is muted.
Sorry, can you go ahead, Dr. Mutukwa?
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
I'll use the other gadget then. I can go ahead.
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored and privileged to be with you once again, be associated with an institution where I had my prime years and where the contributions were recorded. But let me begin by greeting you all in
It looks like we have lost you, Dr. Mutukwa. Can we get assistance from IT host?
Various languages of SADC, Jambo, Faribanjuko, Bonjour, Botat.
You are muted, sir.
Hello? Connectivity.
Hello?
Hello?
Could you try switching off the video?
Please, that one, please. It's off.
Yes, go ahead, Dr.
Secretary General.
Yes, sir,
sorry.
we can hear you.
You can hear me. Let me proceed now.
Yes, proceed.
When I was appointed CEO, the first CEO and Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, I found an institution where there were contributions for 2 years, so there was money, but the programs were very few. My job, therefore, was to set up a foundation to transform the dream of the SADC, of the Windhoek initiative, from a dream into a reality. The reality which ultimately would be the SADC Parliamentary Forum, as was stipulated in the 15 objectives, but ultimately
to become a SADC parliament. So we worked, among other, as it has been indicated, by two former chairs, Honorable Musamai and Honorable Mwanamwambwa. I had 7 chairs during my term for 10 years. The first major foundation and the pillars that were to be anchored for the SADC Parliamentary Forum was to ensure that we have programs which brought together all parliamentarians to work together for purposes of interparliamentary cooperation for a purpose. The purpose was to enhance and assure the voice of SADC, of SADC parliamentarians in the work of SADC, from the protocols that were being adopted, declarations of heads of state, and the principal idea of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, as was envisaged and as was being implemented by our team, was to ensure that the SADC Parliamentary Forum involved and was stakeholdered by the parliament, the speakers, members of parliament who belonged to it, including the staff. And I worked very closely at all times, even with the clerks of parliament. There's the Mwera Sakunda, now late, the Zomas, and many other clerks of parliament who were part of the team. Now, what we did, therefore, was to ensure that we moved around and assured that we worked towards establishing the first strategic plan. Our first strategic plan was from 2000 to 2005. And it's documented, and I do hope that it's being made available so that members can see what the pioneers were saying about which direction the forum was to move. It's out of that strategic plan that we focused principally, among others, on issues of ensuring that democratization was extended in the SADC region through observation of elections by parliamentarians. We argued as parliamentarians that the parliamentarians were more as knowledgeable as anybody else could be in the whole essence of elections, because they are a product of elections. So we observed nearly 21 elections during the time I was there for 10 years. And we wrote reports on each of those elections, including the DRC election, the first one in 40 years. I think it was in 2006. We were there, and we had a team of about 200 members of parliament and staff from all parliaments. They all participated, and this was always the case in all the elections that we were observing. And the delegates were drawn from members of parliament. The speakers usually led the teams or vice chairpersons of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And the staff of parliaments came in to be able to support and provide logistical support. So that was the thing about the election observation. We made a mark on the election observation at SADC Parliamentary Forum, which is still known, and it was spread worldwide, that we were one of the most credible institutions in Africa that were observing elections objectively in expanding the horizons of democratization. We also proceeded through the SADC Parliamentary Forum to approve the norms and the standards for elections in 2001. We were the first institution in Africa to have produced a document which showed how to run elections successfully, such as counting votes in at polling stations, which is now done universally throughout SADC. We advocated a lot for such practices, and many others, which my 7 minutes does not allow me to cover. We then also moved into the area of promoting gender equality. And it started with the constitution of the forum, the staff of the forum, and our practices, which were to promote the participation, equal participation of women, particularly in as members of parliament and in elections. And we even moved around throughout the region through the regional women's parliamentary caucus, which will be covered, to advocate for, to meet heads of state, to advocate for a greater adoption of women in various countries. The third, fourth area which we covered was, of course, to build the staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. When I took over, there were only 3 of us, including 2 of us, At one stage, I remember driving to the airport to meet the treasurer because there was not even a driver. So we built up a staff. By the time I was leaving in 10 years ago, certainly the staff was there. A lot of very excellent brains were brought in, including the current Secretary General, which I recruited as our director for HIV/AIDS, and the acting Secretary General, also, together with two others, Rumbizai and Takawira, who are now working in very reputable international organizations. So I can pride myself to have identified such a talent to be able to serve the forum, and I'm glad that you've recognized their contribution. So in addition to that, we had the issue of interparliamentary cooperation to ensure that parliaments work together within SADC and took various measures to make recommendations, which they guided, of course, by the chairs, by the plenary assembly. But another major milestone of our work was that for the first time in the history of the world, the African speaker from SADC, namely Speaker Theoben Gurirabu of Namibia, was elected to become the president of the IPU. The SADC Parliamentary Forum was the secretariat for this initiative, and we were very proud when he was finally elected. We also, of course, I was dealing with almost all the subjects you'll be discussing, but which I cannot cover in my own presentation. But we ensured that, I was coming to the issue of this transformation into SADC Parliament. Yes, indeed, that was the ultimate for the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We initiated the process with the speakers, the chairpersons of SADC Parliamentary, which they've referred to, but it was not achieved. We are grateful that after that, the matter has come to fruition now. And we saw the role of the parliament, the principal role of the parliament was to link up the work of the SADC executive with the representatives, the elected representatives of SADC, nearly 4,000 members of parliament. And these members of parliament are elected by the electorates and the constituencies. And these would then ensure that the agenda of SADC gets down to the grassroots. So to deepen SADC integration and SADC cooperation, we needed this. We also, in the process, covered areas of regional integration, including areas of pandemics. We started with HIV/AIDS at the time, where we made a dent, including the model law that was developed during that time, but which I hope in future will be applied even to now to the COVIDs and other pandemics, including pandemics affecting animals. So we worked on those areas of regional integration to ensure that regional integration covers beyond politics to the economy, to the welfare of the citizens of SADC. Trade, for example, cross-border trade, it must be a preserve for members of parliament because they represent, many of the members of parliament represent border constituencies where citizens cross border in order for them to benefit. I noticed that as far back as 2000, SADC had adopted a free trade area for SADC, but it had hardly been implemented. And I'm not sure if the members of parliament were very familiar with this, but they should be familiar now that we are moving to the African. Before we even reach the African free trade area, we must do a lot more between ourselves as neighboring countries. We initiated the process of calling for workshops between neighboring constituencies. I hope this can be restated so that MPs, say from Zambia and border and those in Angola, can meet who are on the border areas to be able to help and work for their people in that area. So in essence, this is what was done. It was a transformation of a dream into a reality. And I was honored to be selected as the first Secretary General. I was familiar with some of these subjects because I had been a member of parliament myself in Zambia and involved in various committees. So the work, and of course from academia and the other institutions that I helped lead. I am grateful that I was also able to raise a great deal of resources for SADC Parliamentary Forum, both from within Parliament by extending the participation in the SADC Parliamentary Forum by Parliament, And they were paying you were all paying your subscriptions, which was very good. And I think a mark of confidence. But a lot of donors also contributed money in the areas of particular election observation, HIV/AIDS. With election observation, I need to say in conclusion that we were given $1 million by USAID to observe elections in the DRC. All that money was accounted for. Auditors came to SADC and they saw how the money was used prudently. So we used prudence in our work, and I'm glad to report that during that 10 years, I think we moved from an idea, from a dream to a reality. How many more minutes do I still on? Hello? Uh-oh. Was I talking to myself? Hello?
2 minutes.
Did you miss me?
I'm saying you have 2 minutes.
I have 2 minutes.
Finish off in 2 minutes.
Which area did you say you wanted me to cover?
No, I can still hear you. Go ahead and finish off in 2 minutes.
You said 2 minutes, but I was asking the chair, which other area did you want me to cover?
Through you, moderator, it was about the 50th Plenary Assembly versus the number of years that SADC PF has been in existence.
In what way? For to become a SADC Parliament?
SADC PF was formed in 1996 or 97. Yes. However, right. We are celebrating the 50th Plenary Assembly. So when you do the maths, the moderator was asking, how do we get to 50?
We had 2 plenary assemblies in every year. So I don't know what where the counting, because the counting was from the first plenary assembly, and there are 2 plenary assemblies every year. So I don't know whether our arithmetic was not correct, but I think it is. And also, by the way, I want to put on record that we were fortunate to have negotiated the headquarters for the SADC Parliamentary Forum where it is now, what we call the Forum House. It was donated by the government of Namibia at the value of about 3 million rands at the time. I'm sure it is appreciated now. So all that was some of the work which we did in establishing the forum. It took some time to establish, but the only component which took time to convince the principals was the issue of transforming the SADC Parliamentary Forum into a parliament. Some even argued that you had more autonomy as a SADC Parliamentary Forum than when you become a parliament as an organ. But if we continue to remain an autonomous organ, there is certainly a lot of contribution that can be made to ensure that members of parliament and the parliaments do participate in accelerating the implementation of SADC programs, the protocols, the declarations, which have hitherto taken a bit more time because they did not bring in parliamentarians as stakeholders. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mtukwa, for the kind presentation and the experiences that you have indicated. I think the question that I had is answered in that there are 2 plenaries per year.
Right.
So yes, the 50 years now would be well calculated. Before I call upon Honorable Advocate Jacob Francis Mzindwamilimu Mudenda, who is the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zimbabwe and a member of the SADC PF Executive Committee. I have little experience with the quote that I get from one politician in Zimbabwe by the name of Nelson Chamisa. He said then, there can never be transformation unless there are transformers. So I can see that the 4 panelists have been transformers of this organization, and we are aware of the transformation that has moved from the parliamentary forum, and now it will be the formal parliament of the region. On that note, I call upon Honorable Advocate Jacob Francis Omzinda Milimo Mulenda, or Mudenda, sorry, from the National Assembly of Zimbabwe. Go ahead, Honorable Mudenda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moderator. I think I need some practice session of my third name, Zwida Milimo. Zwida Milimo. Our host speaker, the Right Honorable Seferi Motanyani, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Kingdom of Lesotho. And through you, my brother, our gratitude to His Royal Highness, King Letsie III, for allowing us to meet under the auspices of the Parliament of Lesotho in the Kingdom of Lesotho. The President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Kwanga, Vice President, Honorable Telstein, Honorable Speakers, Honorable Members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the Secretary General, Ms. Sekoma, in absentia, we wish her speedy recovery, and who is represented by Yapoka Mungandi and your staff. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, as we join hands in celebrating the historic 50th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, allow me to preface my remarks with an illustrative quotation from the renowned Indian surgeon and author, Dr. Ruplin, who affirmed that, and I quote him, "Celebrating your achievements and applauding your triumphs is a sure way to refuel your enthusiasm and keep yourself motivated for future endeavors," unquote. Indeed, we are gathered here virtually, not only to celebrate the long road that we have traversed since Windhoek Initiative, which gave birth to SADC Parliamentary Forum on the 7th September 1997 in Blantyre, Malawi, but also to motivate ourselves for the SADC PF responsibilities that lie ahead, albeit as the SADC Regional Parliament. On this auspicious occasion, the SADC Summit resolved to establish the SADC Parliamentary Forum, whose main objective was to constitute a parliamentary consultative assembly, the ultimate goal being the establishment of a regional parliamentary framework for dialogue on issues of regional interest and concern. Need I not remind ourselves that the seed for the Windhoek Initiative had finally sprouted after 4 years of gestation since 1993, a profound proof that noble ideas never die in limbo. That is why, fast forward to 18 August 2021, ironically and fortuitously, again in Lilongwe, Malawi, the 41st Ordinary Summit of the Heads of State and Government resolved as follows. I quote, "Summit approved the transformation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum into a SADC Parliament as a consultative and deliberative body," unquote. It is only befitting, therefore, that we commemorate the 50th Plenary Assembly session soon after the purpose of our creation, or what Lance Secretan, in his seminal book, Inspirational Leadership, Destiny, Calling and Cause of 1999, calls our destiny is firmly on its way to consummation. To borrow from Lance Secretan, destiny foretells why an organization is in existence. Thus, the forum from the very beginning was created to be a regional parliamentary framework for dialogue on issues of mutual concern. Clearly, the approval by the 41st SADC Summit for the forum to transform into a SADC Parliament as a consultative and deliberative body resonates with the original intent of its creation. Accordingly, one of the historic milestones we ought to celebrate today is the approval of the transformation agenda. After a spirited campaign by SADC-PF for almost 15 years, or even beyond, let me remind this symposium that notwithstanding the 1997 summit resolution, which envisioned the metamorphosis of the forum into a SADC regional parliament, repeated submissions on the transformation agenda to summit by SADC Parliamentary Forum, especially in 2004, in 2008, in 2011, and in 2015, were rejected. We persisted on the mold of the words of Bishop T.D. Jakes, who opined that, and I quote, "Destiny is not for comfort seekers. Destiny is for the daring and the determined who are willing to, at times, endure some discomfort, delayed gratification, but still go on where destiny leads," unquote. Indeed, destiny prompted us to dare the rejection. Destiny remained in the kernel of our determination to shoulder on. Destiny salted our endurance despite the unpalatable discomfort of rejection. Of course, destiny assiduously assured us of a delayed gratification in welcoming the dawn of the regional parliament. Furthermore, to draw from the scriptures, Joseph was destined to be the prime minister of Egypt, but before that he was sold into servitude.
Honorable Advocate, 2 minutes.
Thank you.
2 minutes,
Falsely
complete your
accused
presentation.
of rape and even served time in prison before ascending to the throne. In that regard, we should thus pay tribute to all the speakers of parliament, past and present, the strategic lobby team of honorable speakers, our forebearers and staff who resolutely kept on pursuing the transformation agenda until its actualization by the 41st Ordinary SADC Summit of 18 August 2021. This indeed is the critical juncture of our 50th Plenary Assembly, ought to celebrate hilariously. Going forward, we need to reflect on the importance of the resolution made at the 41st August SADC Summit, which underscores the main objectives of the establishing of the regional parliament, as encapsulated in Article 6 of the proposed protocol establishing the regional parliament entitled Objectives of the SADC Parliament. This article emphasizes that the SADC Parliament will be built under the direction and superintendence of the SADC Summit as one of its organs once the transformation protocol is ratified by the summit. Such an institution does not seek to exist outside the realm of the mother body, namely the SADC Summit. Neither does it seek to challenge any future decisions of the summit. Instead, it seeks to support and popularize the decision of the summit by advancing its protocols through parliamentary processes. We, as the regional legislature to be, are fully in agreement with the envisaged consequential amendments to the proposed SADC treaty, as shall be amended. Furthermore, the proposed SADC Parliament will not exercise oversight on, for example, the SADC draft legal instrument and its annual budgets, as long as the SADC Summit has not yet been transformed into a supra-regional body. It therefore will be presumptuous for the SADC Parliament to evolve into a decision-making authority over SADC Summit operations. Such prepository pandering has been recognized as counterproductive, a fully attempted initial phase of the transformation agenda, which consequently then forestalled progress in an otherwise cumulative, straightforward roadmap towards the transformation of the SADC PF into a regional parliament. Honorable Moderator, declaratorily, the supreme authority of the SADC Summit shall not be undermined by the envisaged SADC Parliament, as was the case with the stalled SADC Tribunal. Rather positively, the regional parliament will strive for integration premised on regional economic development and shared parliamentary processes that ride on best practices from member parliaments. As I have always emphasized to my fellow presiding officers, it is not proper to create a creature that ends up devouring its creator, as was the case with the SADC Tribunal. In this regard, caution has been exercised in championing the cause of this pretended regional parliament.
Thank you very much. We are running out of time, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Moderator. I will present the rest of my submission in the end, but I want to say in the end that the Windhoek initiative indeed has our support, and it is managed to enable us to transform into a regional parliament. Long live the Windhoek initiative. I thank you, Moderator, for your understanding.
Now it's time for us to have our questions, comments, and we only have 10 minutes to do that so that we can get the second topic. I would like to see hands raised with us here from members and also from the connection. We can also have people raising their hands and also have chats through the chat column. I see one hand from here, Honorable Faku. You have 1 minute to have your interjection.
1 minute?
1 minute, please.
Oh, thank you so much. Can I continue? Thank you so much, Moderator. Before I start with my interactions, allow me just to ask the panelists to give them a round of applause about the new dawn of regional parliament. Really, I appreciate that more than anything. The effort that you have taken the effort that we have taken. Really, I want to have some few remarks on that, even though I don't even have questions. I just want to say the dream has come true, meaning that the transformation has happened from SADC PF to SADC Parliament. In fact, all the presenters, your panelists, have touched on very important things concerning gender-based violence issues, which are now. Are you okay? I'm okay? Oh, thank you so much. I thought maybe. In fact, we have a lot of issues concerning those things like abortion, safe abortion, most especially in our country, which we would normally take it as a taboo. I think as long as we have this SADC parliament, definitely those things will overcome them. But the most important thing that I want to talk about that, I think even our little country, which is the tiny one, the mountainous country, really in terms of economy, I think we're going to experience the growth of our economy because we'll be trading to all these SADC countries in a way that we understand each other rather than the things which are happening. And even the education as well. I think even the education will have a better education. We won't keep on paying a lot of school fees. Like when I take someone in neighboring countries here, we'll be paying a lot of school fees, a lot of fees that which are being charged to our kids and stuff like that. And another issue that I want to tell you on that is health as well. And then health as well, because really when it comes to health issues, really we are suffering a lot. Our people are suffering a lot. Most especially we'll be able to access each and every health facility in a SADC region. Last but not least, I want to appeal to the SADC PF members. Really now, our eyes are on you right now. Now we are watching you. Immediately after this has been officially implemented, and we want to see our country developing in terms of economy, in terms of education, meaning that we have to work hard like other countries so that we can see the results of being part of this SADC parliamentary. And I thank you, moderator.
For the interjection that has been made. I don't see hands from the 107 members who are connected. And I think the panelists have heard what Honorable Faku was saying with the cross-border training, cross-border health facilities, and also other issues. Honorable Deputy President of Senate in the Kingdom of Lesotho, Honorable Muneti, you wanted to say something? Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me take this.
Kindly unmute, please.
Thank you very much. I think the distinguished panelists have had comments from Honorable Faku and also a question from Honorable Muneti. I still can't see additional hands.
Sorry.
And, on that note, then I'll take it that, I can see that the Acting Secretary General has microphone on. I hope she wants to say something.
Um,
And also,
Honorable Moderator,
Advocate Mutenda would want to say something. Let me have those responses in that order. Advocate, you'll be the last one. Let me have the Acting Secretary General.
If you may allow, I didn't get the question because the honorable member was not unmuted. He was still muted when he spoke. So
yes, which honorable member?
We didn't get
the second
what he said. Yes, yes.
Okay. His question was, what would be the law? How would the parliament, the regional parliament, work, and how would the laws that have been passed by the regional parliament would be mandatory to be passed by the national parliaments? That is basically the question. Let us have the Acting Secretary General. I've seen your microphone was on, and that is an indication that you wanted to say something.
Honorable Moderator, I wanted to just point out the fact that the last speaker was muted. The same point that Speaker Mudenda has brought up.
Okay, thank you. I think that is noted. Maybe it is because of our microphones. Anyway, can we address the concerns then in the 5 minutes that are remaining?
We have a hand raised by Honorable Speaker Kashavivi.
Sorry, is that the Acting Secretary General? I couldn't hear what you said. Can you say it again?
There's a hand. Speaker Kashavivi from Namibia has his hand raised.
Okay, let us hear from Namibia then.
Am I on?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, you're on.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make a brief comment by way of complimenting those who have spoken. I particularly was impressed by the manner in which they were able to trace the history of our organization, its origin, the various stages we have gone through. And my comment is simply to say the information, the valuable information that they've shared with us is so important in terms of helping our citizens across the entire sub-region to understand that aspect of our history and to make sure that we share the kind of progress and the various stages our organization have gone through during the course of its initial work and the campaign that went on for the transformation. I think this is really something that should not be left and confined to the archives, but be brought out in an appropriate format for the purpose of empowering our citizens within the SADC region. I think this is important, and I think I want to appeal to the Secretariat through the Secretary General to make provision for the production of some form of background information that will go a long way. Obviously, it has to be translated in our various languages for the benefit of the citizens of the SADC region. That is my appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Namibia, for that response. I would like to give Honorable Mtsamai the floor to respond to some of the comments.
to the question that was posed by Honorable Vice President. He wanted to know how the SADC Parliament was going to make laws that were going to be binding on member states. The intention of transforming the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which is just a consultative parliamentary body, to a SADC Parliament, was actually to have a parliament with legislative powers, a parliament which is empowered to make laws. And once such an institution is in place, the laws that it is going to enact are going to be binding on member states. And I think this on its own is something that is undoing the whole process of transformation, because the member states are reluctant to give up some of their powers to this parliament to legislate. They want to retain those powers to the national parliaments. You were here this morning when the Prime Minister was speaking and was saying he was reluctant to endorse the establishment of the SADC Parliament or to endorse the initiative of transforming the SADC Parliamentary Forum into a SADC Parliament, specifically because he did not understand how an international parliament or supranational parliament was going to enact laws for national parliaments. So we had a hurdle of transforming. It is taking a very long time to transform, specifically because member states do not want to relinquish some of their powers. So we are not yet there. This is why I posed the question at the end of my presentation, because I heard that ultimately or finally, SADC Parliamentary Forum has been transformed into a SADC Parliament. Now, my question was, is this the kind of parliament which we were fighting for? Is this the kind of parliament which we wanted? The one with the legislative powers. So the comparison that you made with the Pan-African Parliament, it's the Pan-African Parliament faces the same situation. It does not have the legislative powers, specifically for the same reasons that the national parliaments, the national, the governments do not want to cede some of their powers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutsamai, for that explanation. I would like to see hands. I see that there is a hand. There is a hand from Honorable Amusa and Honorable Mutukwa, and the final comment will be Advocate Mutenda, and I have one hand from a member from Lesotho, Honorable Matelepo. In that order, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. That very issue is one of the challenges that delayed the transformation of the SADC into parliament. But we always said the national parliaments are free to legislate on matters that deal with their local issues. But we saw the benefits of the regional parliament in terms of drafting legislation that will take into account, or that will endeavor to assist member states deal with issues where they're in grave disagreement. As I said before, like the issue of freedom of movement of persons, goods and services. I'm aware that the SADC are trying to dismantle these prohibitions, mostly because we were ourselves in our time objecting to these prohibitions or inhibitions. But we valued, and we think we should continue to value, the need for drafting common legislation which will benefit most of the SADC states. Matters of common concern, like for instance, the need for the preservation of wildlife. Now, I don't know if you are aware, Mr. Moderator, that some years back, we dealt with the issue of the need for opening up corridors within SADC to deal with specific concerns. One of them was a need to allow a corridor that would allow wildlife to move freely from Zimbabwe through Namibia, through Botswana, through Zambia, through Angola, and back. Now, since we shared some of our information with the SADC Secretariat, meaning the Executive Secretary, I have since heard that there is a plan for the establishment of, and I'm paraphrasing here, the Kavango Transnational Movement of Wildlife, something like that. That came from the SADC Parliamentary Forum. There are also areas that will deal with common legislations which will assist member states to resolve issues of unnecessary conflict. So the SADC Forum, to end, would begin with drafting legislations which it could propose to the summit, and then the summit would take to their local parliament and see what could be done, either to legislate in accordance with the regional parliament's recommendation, or to amend for the regional parliament, for local government to amend their legislations accordingly to promote what it is that's common to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then let's have Dr. Mutukwa.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Dr. Mutukwa, go ahead, please.
Chair. Yes, I want to
Go ahead, Dr. Mutukwa. Maybe then we should have Advocate Denda. We can't hear Dr.
the issue of the SADC Parliament.
Honorable Chair, may I proceed?
Yes, proceed, please. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The question that is raised by the last questioner is very fundamental. And if I can say that the lobby document that we produced as the 46th Plenary Assembly addressed all those issues and indicated the architecture of the proposed regional parliament. And the proposition in that document was supported by a consultant who was engaged by SADC, a Canadian for that matter, and he came to the same conclusion as to our proposal in the lobby document. So I would really urge colleagues, member parliaments, to revert to that document. It will clear some of the issues that have been raised in terms of the architecture and the way the parliament should work. The Honorable Mwanamwamba, I think, tried to indicate exactly the points of convergence where there's communality. SADC Parliament, through that regional parliament, would craft laws that would address issues of commonality so that the integration process is enhanced accordingly. Secondly, Chair, in my presentation, and which was in fact affirmed by the Right Honorable Prime Minister, he said he acceded to the idea of the regional parliament on condition that it does not destroy the parliamentary sovereignty, the sovereignty of member states, and that the member parliaments will be respected in their legislative agenda. But what is critical is that the regional parliament will come up with model laws which will have been agreed by the regional parliament and shared therefore by member parliaments. Like what the Right Honorable Prime Minister said, the marriages, the early child marriages modern law has influenced their legislative agenda as far as marriage law is concerned. This has been also taken on board by our own parliament in Zimbabwe. So the modern laws will be the key factor in the legislative agenda. We will not legislate laws, but produce modern laws shared by the member parliaments, subject to domestication into municipal laws by member parliaments. So this is contained in that document, Honorable Chair. I really encourage member parliaments to go back to that document, and this will clear the air. Thank you, Honorable Moderator.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable Makelepo, 2 minutes, and you are the last speaker on this issue, and then we get to the next topic. 2 minutes, Honorable.
Okay, thank you very much, the moderator. And thank you very much for the insights that was shared by the presenter. And I also quickly want to add my voice in celebrating the fact that SADC Parliamentary Forum is now a parliament. I've been a member of SADC Parliamentary Forum since 2017, and I got out in 2020. So I've been part of this journey. As we celebrate this wonderful achievement, I think some of our eyes are already on the regional integration, or maybe let me say the ideal regional integration. And already there have been challenges in the past
for making this one a reality. So I want to maybe put it as a question to Speaker Mudenda. What does it mean from the summit when they say they have approved SADC Parliamentary Forum to become a parliament on the basis of consultative and deliberative body? Because in my opinion, that is what we have been doing. Not unless it's a journey, it's only the beginning, it's a journey. And as we go forward, maybe as we go forward, we'll get more direction as to what the body can do in terms of adding more duties. But in my opinion, we have been doing the consultative job, and we have been doing it so well. Issues were discussed critically at SADC Parliamentary Forum. So I want to know, in terms of consultative and deliberative, what difference is it going to make? The issues of model laws and everything, they have been there for quite a long time, and they have always been taken down to parliamentary for Parliament to sign and, of course, ratify if they want. So I want to get clearly what does it mean by saying consultative and deliberative? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Makelepo. I can understand that the regional parliament, the objective is to have the legislative powers at the end. So we should move from the consultative and deliberative kind of arrangement that you have set. But anyway, in the interest of time, I think when we get to the next topic, we may have an advantage to or an opportunity to make an observation as to how this parliamentary forum will become a legislative parliament, regional parliament. On this note, I thank you very much for the panel. Thank you very much the panelists for the presentations you have made. And I think things have been highlighted. And now at this stage, we can go ahead to go to the second part of the symposium, which is the next topic. As we get to the second topic, I understand that Dr. Mutukwa would want to reconnect and give us a brief in 1 minute as we are preparing for the second topic, which is taking stock of SADC Parliamentary Forum key milestones. And here we are going to have 4 sessions of 7 to 9 minutes each, which is the first part is amplifying women parliamentarian voices towards gender equality in SADC. The second topic is from the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region. And the third topic is lessons from the Parliamentary Leadership Center. And then the last one is from the conference-style meetings to operating like a parliament. And I think the last one maybe will be able to help us, myself and Honorable Makelepo, as to what we mean by the new parliament, regional parliament. Dr. Mutuka, are you on now? Can you go ahead and make your presentation, or maybe the last intervention?
Yes, Chair, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, I have 2 very brief comments. With regard to the role of the SADC Parliament, is to add that the whole issue of adoption of protocols in SADC has been found to be very, very slow. One of the reasons it has been slow is because parliaments have never been fully engaged in the processing of those protocols that come from the summit. So with the existence of an institutional framework which can assist the parliaments of SADC and the executive to be able to visit those protocols and the model laws, then I believe that it's embedded in the proposition that this could quicken the pace of regional integration and deepen it. The second comment I wanted to make briefly is to agree with my brother and friend, Professor Gachavivi, the Speaker of the Parliament of Namibia, with what he said that we need to have a strategic approach to these major events, such that they should be, the documentation should be translated into book form or book form at least, and also audios and videos for this. Excuse me, I was born before computers, so I don't really know some of the things that are being done these days. But whatever method we have, it must be put in place, including a way in which the young people can actually begin to know what is the SADC Parliamentary Forum, what SADC is doing. Presently, it is seen as an institution for heads of state. It's seen as an institution now for parliamentarians. But how to utilize the ICTs to make sure that the SADC Parliamentary Forum can be popularized will be very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mtuka, for that final intervention. Thank you very much. I think it is understandable. Can we then now get to topic 2, which I have indicated that it is taking stock of SADC Parliamentary Forum key milestones. For the first topic, amplifying women parliamentarians' voices towards gender equality in SADC, I have Honorable Maria de Lourdes Viega, who is the former Vice Chancellor of the RWPC, a former chairperson. It is written Vice Chairperson here. Anyway, former chairperson of the RWPC 2004 to 2006, and former member of parliament from Angola. And our second presenter there is Rumbizai Nundu, former Gender and Development Officer. And on that note, I would like to give you the floor and maybe let us divide the presentations into 5 minutes each so that we can have the interventions thereafter. The first speaker has 5 minutes to present, and the second speaker as well, 5 minutes. Would you go ahead, Honorable Maria Viega?
Excelência Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Excelências Presidente dos Parlamentos Nacionais, Excelentíssimos Senhores Senadores e Deputados, Excelentíssima Senhora Secretária-Geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, a quem desejo rápidas melhoras, ilustres convidados, o senhor moderador e membros do painel, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. É com profunda honra e com incontida alegria que aceitei o convite que me foi endereçado pelo Fórum Parlamentar da SADC para hoje participar nas comemorações da sua 50ª Assembleia Plenária. Este número, mais do que um simples elemento quantitativo, simboliza o contributo que vem sendo prestado há mais de 2 décadas pelo Fórum Parlamentar da SADC no reforço da boa governação, do Estado de Direito, da democracia e dos direitos humanos nos Estados-membros. Felizmente, Sinto-me parte da história do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, pois enquanto deputada da Assembleia Nacional de Angola, fui membro desta organização interparlamentar, onde cheguei, inclusive, a exercer a função de presidente do Grupo Regional de Mulheres Parlamentares no período de 2004 a 2006. Com nostalgia, ainda me lembro dos momentos memoráveis que, durante o meu mandato, vivi no seio desta família parlamentar da SADC. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, temos em comum o facto de, para além de sermos filhos da Mãe África, habitarmos nesta região austral marcada por profundos desafios políticos, econômicos e sociais. O vencer de muitos desses desafios tem contado com a ativa participação do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, nomeadamente a promoção dos direitos e liberdades fundamentais, a luta pela equidade no género, a prevenção, a advocacia para o combate do VIH-Sida, a luta contra a violência baseada no género, entre outros. Nesta conformidade, fui testemunha de alguns dos êxitos alcançados em vários domínios pelo Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, enquanto importante plataforma de representação da voz dos povos da nossa região. Cito o Programa do Gênero, que permitiu que em vários Estados-membros tivesse sido possível aumentar a cota de participação de mulheres nos parlamentos e demais órgãos de decisão. Em Angola, por exemplo, foi possível aprovar a Lei sobre o VIH-Sida e a Lei contra a Violência Doméstica. No tocante à equidade do género, constatei durante o meu mandato que ainda não era satisfatório o número de mulheres nas listas dos partidos políticos para garantir que nós, mulheres, pudéssemos estar em posições elegíveis. Faço votos de que atualmente o quadro seja mais favorável. A título de exemplo, em Angola, o MPLA, partido governante, realiza neste momento o seu 8º congresso. E apraz-me dizer que pela primeira vez o congresso teve em conta o princípio da paridade na constituição do Comitê Central. É um bom sinal de progresso da luta para a inserção da mulher nos órgãos de tomada de decisão. De igual modo, não posso deixar de me referir ao excelente trabalho que foi desenvolvido pelo Fórum Parlamentar da SADC em matéria de observação eleitoral, cuja base são as normas e padrões para a observação de eleições na região da SADC. Pude pessoalmente participar como observadora eleitoral. Ganhei muitas experiências em missões conduzidas pelo Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, o que me permitiu conhecer igualmente os desafios que os nossos Estados enfrentam no seu progresso de democratização, promovendo eleições regulares, criando antecipadamente condições para eleições livres e justas. Apraz-me dizer que essas normas influenciaram a aprovação da legislação eleitoral de modo em que muitos estados, incluindo Angola, isto acaba sendo uma via de demonstração do impacto da atividade do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC nos Estados-membros em geral e na satisfação dos interesses dos cidadãos da região em particular. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, sabemos que a história faz-se no presente. Por isso, estou esperançada que a atual geração de parlamentares continuará o legado das anteriores no sentido de levar ainda mais alto a causa do género, enquanto um dos elementos essenciais ao alcance dos objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável, dos objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável preconizados pelas Nações Unidas e pela OIP. Gostaria de hoje poder estar fisicamente com todos vocês, mas infelizmente a pandemia do Covid-19 impede-nos de fazer isso. Deste modo, lanço um repto para que se combata firmemente esta pandemia, assegurando-se também às raparigas, meninas e mulheres uma adequada proteção. Confesso que os ensinamentos escolhidos no Grupo Regional de Mulheres do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC contribuíram imenso para a melhoria da minha atuação nos mais variados níveis, inicialmente como deputada, como vice-governadora para o setor político e social da província do Kwanza Sul, no período de 2012 a 2017, e agora, enquanto empreendedora dedicada à causa da educação da primeira infância e como advogada interessada na defesa dos direitos civis da mulher e da criança. De facto, nunca esteve tão próximo à transformação do Fórum Parlamentar em Parlamento Regional da SADC. Julgo que é uma questão de tempo. Os homens que me desculpem, mas não posso deixar de mencionar o facto de isso ter também contado com o envolvimento de várias gerações de deputadas e funcionários parlamentares. Especialmente, rendo a minha homenagem aos membros fundadores da SADC e espero que o seu contributo e o legado que o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC herdou seja um êxito no domínio da cooperação e interação dos Estados-membros. Senhor Presidente, é de facto um momento de festa, mas também de reflexão, pois nós gostaríamos de ver a nossa região a avançar para que, de facto, este espaço atribua voz aos cidadãos da SADC e seja um bom espaço para viver. Muito obrigada, senhor presidente. Muito obrigada, senhores deputados.
Thank you very much, Honorable. for that kind presentation. Could we then get a presentation from the second presenter, Ms. Ruzai Kudavasviga Nundu, former Gender and Development Officer from 2000 to 2008. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Moderator.
5 minutes, Madam, to do that. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Moderator, and all protocols observed. I just want to highlight some of the aspects that Honorable Ludasvega pointed out in terms of the intentions for establishing the SADC Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus and the efforts that were invested and some of the milestones that were achieved through the SADC Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. The work of the SADC Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, as already mentioned earlier on by Dr. Kasuka Mutukwa and also Speaker Amusamana Mamba, was the very fact that a SADC Parliamentary Forum, in line with its strategy and the vision for the SADC region, there was the recognition that any work that parliaments do on lawmaking, oversight, and representation cannot be done without looking at issues from a gender equality and women's empowerment perspective. Therefore, the SADC Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus was one of the mechanisms for driving the agenda of ensuring that parliaments in the SADC region, when they deliver, they perform their mandates, gender equality and women's empowerment is central. And for that reason, I'm sure we all recall the work of the SADC Regional Parliamentary Women's Caucus was also informed by the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development. So if I may refer, for instance, if you look at what is contained in the SADC Protocol, Article 6, which highlights the need to abolish the minority status of women in SADC countries, and the target and time frame for that was by 2015, and eliminate all practices which are detrimental or work against women's empowerment in all spheres of life, both the private and the public. And we realize that one of the elements also that is highlighted in the SADC protocol was the need to eliminate gender-based violence. And today, in as much as it was also in those years when the SADC Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus was established, the issue of violence against women in politics or gender-based violence still remains, and it's a perennial problem. So the SADC Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus was not only focusing on Articles 12 and Article 13, which are mostly about representation and participation. Like for instance, Article 12 stipulates that there should be at least 50%, 50-50 representation in all positions of power and decision-making. So broadly, the work of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus was not just about ensuring that women have access or women are placed on political party lists in order to be able to enter into parliament or even at the local government level. But it was also about a transformative agenda, because the challenges that we still see, we were seeing then, and we still see now with regards to the underrepresentation of women in positions, in all positions of power and decision-making, starting from the political parties. The challenge is still driven by the issues of our attitudes, socialization. So the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus was not only advocating about getting the numbers right so that women are in these positions, but it's also about the transformative agenda. And if we look at it in the broad sense, the whole agenda on gender equality and women's empowerment, which gave the impetus for the establishment of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, it's about the redistribution of power and transforming the unequal gender power relations within our countries. So ultimately, what the vision was, and which still remains because we have not attained it yet, is the very fact that democracy in its totality and in the spirit of democracy, it cannot be truly democracy, fully accomplished if 50% of the population is marginalized or it's underrepresented in positions that impact their day-to-day living. And this is why we saw, for instance, the initiatives of going to different countries for advocacy and lobbying missions in order to engage political parties, because as international idea, if I will speak from the premise of where I am right now, one of the key bottlenecks or barriers that we keep seeing in the analysis that we do with regards to gender equality and women's empowerment is the fact that political parties are the real gatekeepers on who gets elected into positions of power in decision making. So the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus took that bold step to engage political parties in the different countries. But not only was that important for engaging different political parties, whether ruling or opposition, it was also central in terms of facilitating platforms, because the SADC Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus was a totality, what brought together the existing national women's parliamentary caucuses. And that proved to be very useful, especially for creating a platform for women across political party lines to collaborate on matters of mutual interest. Because violence against women in politics doesn't know whether you belong to political party blue or political party green. You will still at some point experience whether you are from the ruling or opposition. So the essence and the spirit of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus being reinforced in national parliaments also provided that platform for women to collaborate across political party lines on matters of mutual interest. And in some contexts, which were very highly polarized, where women would not ordinarily talk to each other because of the conflicts and the tensions between political parties. I would like to conclude by saying the vision and the aim of the SADC Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus has not yet been achieved. It's still work in progress because a lot still remains to be done in terms of eliminating all forms of discrimination and allowing a leveled playing field for both women and men to be able to identify themselves as candidates that can participate for positions of power in decision making. And being mindful of the fact that women's political participation and representation, it's not an issue of women begging and asking for favor. It's actually a democratic right and a democratic imperative. And that was also one of the aspects that was motivating the establishment, or that motivated the establishment of the SADC Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, and of course being reinforced through the National Women's Parliamentary Caucuses. We hope as the SADC Parliamentary Forum continues to function and transition into a parliament, still those elements will be maintained because we still have a long way to go in terms of addressing gender inequalities, not just in relation to participation and representation, but broadly in the different spheres of life. Thank you, moderator, and all the honorable members. I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rumbi, for the presentation. We are going to get to the second topic now, and it is also 10 minutes. We are having two presenters and 5 minutes each presenter. The first presenter is His Excellency Hobopan Lefoko, former SADC PF Vice Chairperson and Treasurer, and Botswana's High Commissioner to the Republic of Kenya. And in the next 5 minutes, we will have Mr. Takawira Muzavengana, who is a former democracy and governance officer. Gentlemen, you have 10 minutes, 5 minutes each. Go ahead, His Excellency Duke Lefoko.
Good afternoon or good evening. Thank you very much, moderator, for the opportunity. May I also, to save time, hasten to say all protocols observed, but it would be remiss Hagisa Dumedise Bakwena Betsu ko Lesotho, Dubelang Bakwena Betsu ko Lesotho. I actually was elected to join the forum in 1999, to the end of 1999, after Botswana's elections. And after the very first meeting, I was plenary. I was elected treasurer, or I took over from my predecessor, who was also from Botswana. This I'm saying for the record, because I see 2004 to 2008, and I'm probably the longest serving treasurer, except for a year or so. I stayed treasurer until I left the SADC Parliamentary Forum in 2008. Towards the end, I served as vice chairperson of the forum. I've had opportunity to observe elections under the auspices of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. 11 in total in the SADC region, 10 of which were which I led, and one I deputized the leadership of. We came up with the norms and standards of election observation in the SADC region, evolving from the experiences that we gained from election observation, as well, of course, from the literature that was already available to us at the time. But more the experiences. What should be the norms? How can these norms be proliferated in the region to lead to free and fair elections? And then we came with the standards, and some people at the time thought we were setting the bar high. But our belief fundamentally was that standards have to be aspired towards. If you set the bar too low, then there's no standard. Everybody can skip over that. So that is how the norms and standards were crafted, to integrate our region, to democratize our region. I recall at one stage the SADC executive, when President Bakile Muluzi was the chair, requesting the SADC Parliamentary Forum to observe elections on behalf of SADC, because, and he said, and I wouldn't quote verbatim, but something to the effect that the rather collegiate and diplomatic relations that exist between members of the executive constrains their objectivity when it comes to election observation. One other advantage of the SADC Parliamentary Forum in election observation was the issue of objectivity, because it cut across. The members of parliament were from both the ruling parties and the opposition. So that created an innate balance in the way things are looked at. Again, resonating with what President Bakile Muluzi, then of Malawi, had said when he was chairing the SADC executive. And we indeed carried out the mandate on their behalf. I believe that, and I asked recently and I tried to follow over the years what has happened. Obviously, resource mobilization becomes an issue when you have to observe elections, and I want to applaud the Secretary General, the Kasuka Mutukwa, for the work they did in mobilizing resources to enable the SADC Parliamentary Forum to observe elections in the SADC region. The issue of regional integration is critical in all spheres, not just the political side, but if indeed SADC stands for Southern African Development Community, we should be talking about economic integration. I think the Speaker Mwanamwamba has already stated the importance of regional integration. He cited immigration and all other issues. I think when we look at ourselves as a community, to move into a regional community, there has to be sacrifices from domestic institutions, including parliaments. They have to cede some responsibility to the regional structures. Otherwise, we shall never become a community. Integration would not take place. So let us continue to work together to bring our peoples together. And it can never be overemphasized, the importance of the people's representatives working together for the common good. I recall when I was young many years ago in 1980, at a memorial service, then President of Zambia, Kenneth Kaunda, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, paying tribute to the late Cesar Khama at the time, at a memorial service, he said some words that are indelibly etched in my mind. And to me, that is the summation of regional integration. When he said that Cesar Khama was a man of service to all people, irrespective of color, creed, religion, and even the artificial boundaries which haunt the minds of lesser men, end quote. Once we can be those kind of people's representatives, indeed we shall achieve our regional integration, our continental integration, and be the force we need to be reckoned with. I want to congratulate the team now that has continued with the work, and we are very heartened to hear that there has been an in-principle agreement in setting up a SADC Parliament, migrating, and that is going to be a process. The in-principle agreement is just the beginning of a long journey. In the end, if we integrate, there will be no issues around, you want to cede our power, you want to cede our power. The three arms of government will have to come into play and work in unison for the good of our nationals within Southern Africa. I thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm looking at my watch. I will use more time if there are interventions rather than be repetitive. I think Dr. Mutukwa had covered quite a bit of the overall and
thank you very much, Mukwena.
My colleague will also come in, but let me thank you and wish the Secretary General Boemos Khuma speedy recovery, and thank the Acting Secretary General for the invite. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mukwena Waiso. We now expect Mr. Musa Venga, the former Democracy and Government Officer. Please go ahead and make your presentation And please keep your time to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon. I would like to ride on all the salutations that have already been made. I take them as my own. It's a great pleasure to come back to the SADC Parliamentary Forum where my career started in earnest. I joined the SADC Parliamentary Forum in April of 2000 until September 2008 under the leadership of Dr. Kasuka Mutukwa. And it's really a great pleasure to see all the leaders that led the SADC Parliamentary Forum during my time, and also those that are leading today. A lot of what I would have covered has already been covered by Dr. Mutukwa in his presentation, but also by Honorable Lefoko when he spoke just now. But to highlight the important role that the SADC Parliamentary Forum has played in the evolution of electoral norms and standards on the continent, something that is not often spoken about, but something that, as Honorable Kachavivi did mention, needs to be documented for posterity. As Dr. Mutukwa mentioned, the SADC Parliamentary Forum was the first organization on the continent to develop electoral norms and standards. In other words, codify that which people used to talk about in bits and pieces. Prior to that period, the observation of elections was on the basis of instruments that were developed from other parts of the world. We know that with time, SADC, the mother body, did develop their own Electoral Institute of Southern Africa, leading the civil society effort to develop PEMO. In West Africa, we also saw the development of standards and so on. SADC Parliamentary Forum then became a very influential organization at the time, not only on the basis that it developed norms and standards, but also because it had very influential and instructive election observation methods and workflow that was underpinned by its own normative framework. If you see the norms and standards or guidelines that are used by COMESA today, they mimic almost word for word what SADC Parliamentary Forum has been using thus far. Also, the SADC Parliamentary Forum observer missions have had the legitimacy that is drawn from the observation missions constituent elements, namely members of parliament and staff. Members of parliament who are themselves products of elections, and it was understood at the time that they would better understand how elections operate and the challenges that are confronted in the electoral process. And no one took this for granted, hence the influential role that I'm talking about. The second, fourth dimension, is that the SADC Parliamentary Forum then developed a very structured training manual. One was for members of parliament, the MP's handbook, and the second was a support staff handbook, which made it easy for members of parliament to be oriented within a short period of time and understand the do's and don'ts of election observer missions on the ground. This was supported also by comprehensive training that was undertaken by the organization. In addition to that, there was a comprehensive set of observation tools in terms of what to observe, how to observe, the modalities for interaction with electoral stakeholders, authorities within the country, and other observers, and so on and so forth. So there's a whole range of issues that we now see codified by the African Union and other organizations as the basis for proper election observation. And as mentioned earlier, SADC Parliamentary Forum observation missions have always been inclusive in terms of the delegations that they have. Men, women, members of parliament from different political parties, supported by well-trained technical staff, both from the Secretariat, but also what we call the Extended Secretariat, which comprised officials from Parliament. Now, key observation principles that were used at the time and are still in operation are about 6 or 7 of them. One was the issue of comprehensiveness. There was a concern overall, and this remains in the field, that some election observer missions that are international in character usually come in a day or so, do not observe all aspects of the electoral process, and tend to pronounce on the basis of a small set of issues that they'll have observed. So comprehensiveness was key. Related to that was the question of timing. When do you observe? When do you enter the country? Do you enter as a pre-election mission? Do you enter as an observation mission? but also importantly, post-election missions that follow. The other element was to do with the need for accuracy, that you can only report on issues that you have actually observed rather than hearsay, except in instances where such information is properly corroborated by other sources. Then, of course, there was the question of impartiality, which Honorable Lefoko rightly said came out of the balance in the composition of delegations. So, for example, a 3-member team going to a particular province would comprise ideally a man and a woman, a member of the opposition, a member of the ruling party, supported by a staff member. Then, of course, the question of duration is key, being in the field long enough to be able to authoritatively speak on issues that have been observed, including but not limited to reviewing the literature that is available on an electoral process. I've already spoken about the question of competency, the importance of having well-trained people who go in the field, not on the eve of elections, but through proper training. Then, of course, finally, the principle of non-interference and respect for the authorities of the country where the observation is being hosted. Now, we know from experience, and I'm rushing here, Chair, in compliance with your time specifications, that multi-party elections have been institutionalized around the continent and elsewhere. Multi-party elections are now a standard feature of African politics. This is accepted. The regularity, the frequency, and so on is not in dispute. And we know that even under COVID, elections have been held in this part of the world. And technical quality of elections continues to improve. That is accepted. However, there are a number of challenges that still remain to be attended to, and I would like in the next few minutes to highlight these for your purposes as you move forward with the business of becoming a parliament, but also continuing to observe elections as an interparliamentary body. A highlight would be media coverage of elections. I think there are still some concerns there across the region. The question of policing elections, the role of security forces in elections, the question of funding of elections, campaign finance, the use of illicit money in some of the elections. The question of use or abuse of incumbency is still a challenge. And in the session that we had on the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, the question of social inclusion is one that we need to approach head on. The representation and participation of women, of youth, of persons with disability, and also a segment of society that we've forgotten about for a long time, prisoners. Persons who go to prisons go there on the basis of punishment simply in terms of losing their liberty, but not other rights that they're entitled to. Then, of course, there's the question of electoral justice, election dispute resolution. I'll run through some of the questions that I think we need to think about going forward beyond just election observation. Are elections in the current form promoting inclusive participation of socially excluded groups historically? Are elections delivering transparent and accountable institutions, including parliaments? Are institutions arising from elections fostering horizontal accountability? In other words, holding the executive accountable, including fighting corruption. As I end, I'll show you a few slides that show what citizens are concerned about with the performance of institutions arising from elections. Is there a risk that elections could easily become rituals that do not necessarily deliver democracy and development? Development here understood to refer to inclusive economic growth, employment, improved standards of living, and so on and so forth. Could such failure result in apathy, especially among the majority of our citizens? Let us accept the majority of our citizens are youth. What are the implications of disillusionment on their part? What are the risks that we face if, for example, they consider the democratic process not an appropriate avenue for consolidation of democracy? 3 slides, Chair, on the points that I wanted to raise, and these are borrowed from Afrobarometer, an authoritative research organization that tracks democratic performance. You will see that the support for 2-term limits for presidents dipped at some point in 2016, 2018, but is again on the rise. That's the reddish line. Then the yellowish line tries to show us elections as the best method to choose leaders. Again, you see a significant decline from 2011 all the way to 2019, 2020, and we need to interrogate why this has become an issue. Support for democracy, there appears to be a decline, which we cannot explain at this point. But I think for me, the important thing is how our citizens are preferring accountable government. And we need to be thinking about the link between elections and accountable governance. The next slide that I'm going to show, which is the second last, relates to a question that was posed. Would you say that the country is going in the wrong direction or the right direction? And this is reflected as a percentage. And you see that here we see countries going in the wrong direction, on the rise. Countries' economic condition fairly or very bad, on the rise. Countries' economic condition worse or much worse than 12 months ago, also on the rise. And I think this is something that we want to think about because elections are supposed to deliver inclusive democratic development. The last one is on corruption that I would like to show. And here there are 34 African countries that were surveyed. The dark black and the lightish black reflect very badly and fairly badly. In other words, people were asked what their reflections were on the government performance in fighting corruption. And 65% would have said very badly and fairly badly. Why is that so? My last slide, Chair, relates to some discussion that has already taken place with regard to the SADC Parliament. And I suggest here that beyond election observation, there is a lot of food for thought for the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Number one, beyond the SADC model laws that have been developed, which are a commendable tool and approach for harmonization, ratification, domestication, and implementation of SADC protocols and treaties, and I'm quoting here directly from the SADC Parliamentary Forum Constitution, it is important that the voice of the peoples of SADC through their representatives be further strengthened. And I raise 6 points. Number one, the speedy transformation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum into a SADC Parliament. And I underscore here that it should not just be in form, but in substance. Not just that transformation has happened, but what exactly does that mean? And I had a question being asked in this regard. Second, to progressively increase the scope of work and mandate of the SADC Parliament when it is established vis-a-vis relevant SADC structures. It may be sad that the SADC Parliamentary Forum will come into being later than the Pan-African Parliament, but what lessons can we learn from the work of the Pan-African Parliament so far? The third recommendation is to increasingly require accountability for the SADC agenda of promoting common political values, harmonization, ratification, domestication of SADC protocols, which is a goal that you set out for yourselves at the establishment of the organization. The fourth point is to strengthen national level engagement with the regional level. And I'm suggesting here that you might want to think of the direct election of SADC MPs rather than representation of parliaments by nationally elected MPs. In other words, progressing from national MPs to regional MPs who campaign on the basis of a regional integration agenda. What lessons can we draw from the European Parliament? The second last point, increase engagement with citizens through non-state actor organizations, CSOs, intellectual communities, and so on. These are rich resources of citizens of this region that are available to input into the work that you do. Finally, I think it's important to strengthen the capacity of national parliaments to give meaning to elections. This organization will only be as strong as its constituent elements. If parliaments are strong, then SADC Parliamentary Forum, and in turn, the SADC Parliament will be stronger. Asanteni sana, muito obrigado, merci. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for that presentation. It is about elections, which play a very important role in establishing or bringing about parliaments. Now we are getting to the third topic, which is very important. It talks about leadership, lessons from the Parliamentary Leadership Center. And at this point, I would like to call upon Ms. Boki Kitusehile, former Assistant Secretary General and the Director of PLC from 2008 to 2009. She will be followed by Mr. Bani Karuombe, former Acting Director, PLC from 2009 to 2012. One handed over to the other. And today, one will hand over to the other after 5 minutes of the first speaker, and then thereafter we'll have the second presenter in the last 5 minutes. Go ahead, Ms. Kitusegile.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moderator. I don't know if I can be heard. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Chairperson of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, honorable speakers, members of parliament, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. Yes, I'd like to speak very briefly really about the Parliamentary Leadership Center that I was charged or appointed to as director to from 2005 to 2008. The idea of the establishment of the SADC Regional Parliamentary Leadership Center was informed by the acknowledgement and realization of the critical and axial role of the institution of parliament in the achievement of the SADC Treaty objectives. For regional integration, sustainable and inclusive development, good governance, economic, commercial growth to take place, the role of parliamentarians could not be ignored or minimized. And the leadership at the time, the SADC Parliamentary Forum leadership, that is the plenary assembly itself and all the committees, not just the secretariat, recognized that for them to be effective and meaningfully engage with the implementation of the treaty and the achievement of its objectives, the SADC Parliamentary Forum members needed to have their capacities honed in. They needed to have their capacities strengthened. They recognized the need for this, desire for enhancement of their capacities, as well as the enhancement of the parliamentary institution itself so that it engages meaningfully. So this is how the Parliamentary Leadership Center idea was born. The skills enhancement program would be through peer-to-peer engagements. It would be through sharing of best and worst experiences. It would be through benchmarking, sensitization, and information dissemination. Of course, there was clear recognition that parliamentarians, because of their stature, because of their level, and because of their profile and status, could not be taught like students would go for training or teaching. So it was a center that was supposed to provide an environment of colleagues at that level to exchange and share ideas, as well as to benchmark and learn from any places that they could learn from. So the PLC would aim to endeavor to facilitate members in honing in skills and capacities, including personal capacities, personal development, investment, knowledge and exposure, financial intelligence, to stimulate opportunities and grow in their communities activities that would maybe facilitate growth and development in the economic sector. It would also look at confidence building, and as there was always concerns that MPs were perceived in some quarters as ATM machines, if you like. I hesitate here because I don't know how best to explain this, but MPs would complain of being thought to be people that should be giving money to people in their constituencies when they got into trouble or had problems, funeral undertakers in some cases, and charitable entities to help and support their constituents. Yet they themselves may not have had those kinds of resources, and therefore would not be able to provide that. And if they did not provide it, it would sometimes be perceived as failure to deliver on their mandate. There's an inability or perceived inability would then lead to sometimes people losing their positions and losing elections as representatives in those areas. So they found themselves having to force, to take into their own resources in order to be able to facilitate people in these areas that really, I suppose, have something to do with their responsibilities, but that should not really be coming out of their own financing from their own pockets or the monies that they had for their own children. So politicians needed skills to help them develop and/or facilitate the development of projects that could help alleviate the needs of their communities. Stories abound in other parts of the world where politicians have had to resort to unacceptable and untoward methods of enabling themselves to better meet these challenges and, if you like, in inverted commas, threats to their own careers. And so the Leadership Center was also to provide opportunity for members of parliament to know what options there are to develop or bring development into their communities and to economically enhance their communities or seek for resources that would do that. So these are some of the things that were meant to be achieved through the Parliamentary Leadership Center in terms of the development of the efficiency and effectiveness of the members of parliament. The PLC would also serve to sensitize MPs in terms of achieving professional expertise, to be able to perform their duties effectively and efficiently, to understand the issues, to articulate the issues, and to be able to follow and monitor the work of the executive and the delivery to their constituencies. So basically, parliamentary etiquette also was one of the things that needed to be enhanced and heightened, and the Leadership Center would provide this, or was perceived to be able to provide this. Personal development of a confidence building, integrity, personal integrity, and as I said, enhanced professionalism, hone in skills to better understand and appreciate and articulate effectively, oversee, monitor, and play their oversight roles in all the programs of SADC. Gender equality, gender equity, empowerment, environmental issues, so that they needed to be exposed and knowledgeable, to be given the knowledge for them to be able to deal with these issues and understand them. So we were charged with the responsibility. As I say, I was appointed personally in 2005, and as Director and Assistant Secretary General, with the main responsibility, of course, being to develop the program of the PLC, as well as to spearhead its development. We designed a comprehensive integrated plan, which we codenamed CIP, which articulated the comprehensive programs and activities of the PLC. This was in place by the time I left the forum in 2008. And implementation of some of the projects and activities had already commenced. The Namibian government had provided accommodation or office space for the PLC in town. At the time, we were still waiting for an office that was provided also by the Namibian government, a plot, a facility that would be developed into that, of course, as an institution of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. After I left, I believe programs continued to be implemented, and I believe my colleague who took over as acting director will kind of fill us in or articulate those better in terms of what things were implemented and to what extent some of those were achieved. But for my own part, really, I'd like to say, even as the forum now transits into the new dispensation, into its new form, I believe that it remains very critical still for this institute of facility that will continue to hone in the capacities and abilities of members of parliament, so that they are able to play their roles effectively, as well as support and assist the government in achieving sustainable development, in achieving, and of course, the executive in achieving regional integration and continued growth in the economy. As I say, it was really to give a synopsis of what it was that was envisaged as the needs for the parliamentarians and how a facility or center such as this would help to sharpen the participation and activity and effectiveness of parliamentarians. I still believe that it is very important, that it should be a thing that as we move into this new formation, as I say, we will need to relook at something similar to that. I don't know how it will, if it still exists or if it doesn't, how it can, because now more than ever, there's going to be need for effectiveness, efficiency, and support to the executive and oversight, of course, from the legislature because of the importance of its role in the implementation of and achievement of the objectives of the SADC Treaty. In conclusion, Mr. Moderator, I want to just congratulate the Secretary General, Mewemo Sokoma, and her staff and colleagues for their sterling work and for continuing as torchbearers, as well as going forward into the future for steering this course as they move forward. I want to wish her speedy recovery and continued good work as they continue to serve the region's legislature. I thank them for the invite to come and share thoughts about the area with which I was charged when I spent the 3 years at the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and want to believe that they can carry it forward in whatever ways that it can be improved, so that the achievement of the initial thinking of the founders of the SADC Parliamentary Forum can in fact be realized. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Buki, for that presentation and indication that leadership training is important for both members of parliament, staff, and as well as management. On that note, then I will call upon the next presenter on this topic, which is Bani Karuombe, former acting director, PLC, for the years 2009 to 2012. Go ahead, Bani.
Thank you, Honorable Moderator. I trust that I'm audible enough.
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you, thank you. I wish to write on the protocol already established, and I'm also delighted to be part of this celebratory and commemorative plenary assembly, the 50th Plenary Assembly, and hearing their voices and seeing the faces of people that I've shared space with for so long takes us back to memory lane in terms of an institution that we served with commitment and whose ultimate achievement of transformation at times we were not too sure. I mean, from one mission to another, from being requested this and that, we only had to write on the hope that one day it shall happen. And I'm sure that those still serving the SADC Parliamentary Forum and the new leadership rejoiced just as I did when we read the last script that ultimately the SADC Parliamentary Forum shall be transformed. Allow me then, against that background, to also be brief within the allocated time and say that I only took a walk over from the National Assembly of Namibia to the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which is just a stone throw away from each other, to serve the SADC initially as a regional integration officer, but then I was tasked with two important committees, which is the Trade Committee and also the Committee on Food and Natural Resources. But as we were recruited through the Parliamentary Leadership Center through ACBF funding, when my boss, Madam Kitusufile left, I was then promoted to be acting director for that period. And I wish to highlight that SADC Parliamentary Forum should be credited for an enduring commitment to parliamentary leadership or capacity development. You may wish to just go through all the strategic plans. Since the ones that we found up to the current one, you'll realize that the capacity development for members of parliament remains as an area of strategic focus. So the program, as was already indicated, because besides gender and also election observation work, SADC Parliamentary Forum identified the need to enhance the capacity of its members, staff, and the institution of parliament. So, and this then led to the arrival of myself, the ASG was just spoken, the Secretary General, Ms. Madam Yapoka Mungandi, and two others. We arrived through an initiative which was supposed to serve SADC parliamentarians' capacity development needs. So the leadership or capacity development is being served or was supposed to be served through the orientation and induction sessions for new members of parliament after each election, and also through the thematic training, which is also serving as consensus building sessions. And this was because parliamentary turnover was high. So meaning parliament's members were sometimes only serving one term or just two terms, and new members had to be reoriented again. But also the need for parliamentary capacity was motivated by the fact that the expectations from the electorates, just as we are seeing at the moment, was increasing. So there was more demands from those who elect MPs for what they should do. The demand for SADC PF services also then consequently increased. So the SADC Parliamentary Forum developed and motivated for a Parliamentary Leadership Center, which was funded by ACPF. And I've highlighted that these then had to move from the basic training, which was conceived at first, basic training in most parliaments, which had to do with the functional purpose of where is this office and what do you do when you go to a mission, to a few other things that would enhance their role as members of parliament. We also expanded the horizons of the thematic focus of what SADC Parliamentary Forum was training, bringing in new areas such as renewable energy, natural resources management, debt management, and also the sexual reproductive health and other issues. So many members of parliament testified to the fact that the training and engagement through the SADC Parliamentary Forum enhanced their knowledge and skills in different areas. And this was also confirmed when at an exit assessment of the funding that we got at the time. So motions enabled the knowledge and information sharing amongst the members of parliament. And I wish to then highlight the lessons learned so that this becomes what we shall build on. And this is also then joining Ms. Gedusukile in terms of what she highlighted should be built on. Because the PLC, which was then turned into the PCD or Parliamentary Capacity Development, on account of funding and other challenges, did not perhaps take off the way it was supposed to take off. So there's therefore a need to agree on a parliamentary curriculum, meaning that how we serve parliamentary needs should be led by a curriculum. There's need to develop parliamentary training material from the wealth of material lying around, served by many resource persons across the different spheres. We need to have a database or a pool of parliamentary trainers, and this should include members of parliament and staff, some of them that are retired and others that are serving, including those who may have appeared today. So the national parliaments should also agree on a modality to fund the capacity development initiatives of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. So meaning it should also receive prioritization just as elections and other areas of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. So both from resources to be sourced externally and resources to be sourced internally. The training should be divided into functional and certified training. There are those who say that after serving Parliament, including the SADC Parliamentary for more than 10 years, I have nothing to show for it. There are others who say, I just want to be equipped to be a better MP when I raise motions at home. We need to identify strategic partners and harness their comparative advantage, both in terms of resources, financial and other resources that the SADC Parliamentary Forum can write on. We need to make use of the digital technologies that are available to all of us, including the virtual, using virtual means for training. And on my last slide, I wish to highlight that the training need to be to have a need and impact assessment. We need to know what are the needs for members to be trained on, and then how do we apportion the impact to the intervention that the SADC Parliamentary Forum would have had. So the SADC region needs a parliamentary center of excellence, as was highlighted by the previous speaker. And this should learn from the best, such as in India, Canada, Kenya, and other places that have centers of excellence. So staff of parliament should also be catered for. It's also always important, because when you have the best of committee clerks, you would always have the best of committee reports. SADC PF staff should be on top of their game. And this is what we had to learn. And I'm sure my colleagues are continuing to do that, because you need to be on top of the thematic spheres that you are heading in order to earn the respect from those that you are assisting. Parliamentary research and publication is lacking behind, and this is very important. I wish to highlight here that Takawira Musavengana wrote a book, and some of us, when we have to relate to some subjects relating to the institution of parliament, you go to his book, which was written many years back. I wrote an article in 2008, which was published in a regional journal, and still today I continue to receive references for. So staff and other members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum need to write. And as this institution is now being raised to a higher podium, we need to document and raise its profile through publication. So we need to strengthen the institution of parliament through strategic plans, committees, rules and procedures. We've had the experience where parliaments would say, but can you help us with our strategic plans? Or we are coming up with the rules relating to the different committees and so on. So SADC Parliamentary Forum should have the capacity and resources to assist parliaments when they desire that. Lastly, Mr. Moderator, parliamentary excellence is only possible through the enhanced capacity development for the members of parliament, staff of parliament, and the institution of parliament itself. I so submit.
Thank you very much, Bali, for the presentation and indication that members of SADC need to write something in order to pass knowledge to the next generation. At this point, members, we are now about to get the last speaker, and I'm aware that we're far behind time, but let us have the last speaker in the last 10 minutes, and then thereafter we'll just have 10-minute interventions, and then invite SADC PF President to make closing remarks. Members will have only 10 minutes to have interventions after the last presenter. The last presenter is Mr. Shuineni Urasha, Program Manager on Democracy and Governance, Parliamentary Business. And here we are going to have from conference-style meetings to operating like a parliament. You have 10 minutes to make your your presentation as the last presenter. Go ahead, Mr. Urasha.
Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you very much, moderator, for the opportunity. Sorry about the feedback. We have resolved that. Let me ride on established protocol and not waste time, but probably to just express my appreciation to the generosity of the moderator. I was listening keenly when others were being given 5 minutes. So thank you very much for the early Christmas present, Mr. Moderator. My presentation kind of caps the day, and possibly that's why it is towards the end of the day, in that we are looking more of internal institutional capacity of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. So from the time when the lobbyings were happening for the transformation, there was a time when the institution started questioning itself to say, if the decision to transform was granted today, would the SADC-PF be able to start to operate as a regional parliament the following day? So this conversation around the transformation from conference style to operating like a parliament, which in essence is about the embracing of the parliamentary systems, processes, procedures. How ready institutionally was SADC-PF to be able to absorb the decision for transformation? So in as much as SADC-PF was lobbying for transformation, how ready was it institutionally to become the SADC regional parliament if the decision was granted? And this question was aptly captured at the 30th Plenary Assembly by the 32nd Plenary Assembly, which was held in Malawi in 2012, which then resolved to say, henceforth, all the sessions will change from conference approach and adopt a conference style. Again, the question of this operating like a parliament, because many people were asking, what does this mean, operating like a parliament, was also given further a definition and character by the then SADC-PF president, who was Speaker of the National Assembly of Mauritius, Honorable Razak Peru, who in his speech at the inaugural plenary assembly, where we started utilizing the new rules of procedure, made the following observation. He said, operating like a parliament means changing our operational modalities from the hitherto conference style to one similar to a parliamentary institution. This is in keeping with the aspired objective of the SADC Parliamentary Forum to be eventually transformed into a SADC regional parliament as per the original intent, subject to the concurrence of the SADC summit. So when the decision was taken to say we need to be institutionally ready to become a regional parliament, to operate like a parliament, so that at the time when the summit grants the decision to become a regional parliament, we have the institutional means to be able to operate. A number of strategic decisions and steps had to be taken. The first one, there was a review and subsequent review of the old constitution, which was in place. And there was also adoption of the rules of procedure, which then established the framework and procedures for parliamentary business. The second aspect is that we saw the review of the governance structure of SADC-PF to establish key organs that would drive the parliamentary business side of the institution. For instance, the Parliamentary Business Subcommittee, which manages the parliamentary business of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We also saw alignment of nomenclature taking into reflective of the parliamentary diversity in terms of traditions within the SADC region. Delegates would have had Honorable Mtsamai and Mwanamamba being referred to as former chairpersons, for instance. We changed from being chairpersons to president at the behest of embracing the new rules of procedure as part of being institutionally ready for the transformation. One of the major things that also happened was with regards to the committee system, where in SADC-PF then rationalize the committees, the standing committees, to align them to the SADC sectors. So even the nomenclature and the mandate of committees was realigned so that there is congruence between the regional priorities. When committees are looking at these matters, they're dealing with matters that are already a priority at the regional level. This is also the context in which we have developed, for instance, the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, a committee of chairpersons of standing committees, which has a responsibility of tracking implementation of model laws and other regional decisions. We saw the review of administrative and operational modalities to support the operating like a parliament. The Secretariat itself was aligned to create the Parliamentary Business and Programs Department to support the work of the forum in this respect. Another important aspect is also to enhance the capacity of the Secretariat to be able to service the plenary assembly by adopting a secondment policy whereby national parliaments actually provide additional support to the SADC PF, including during plenary assembly sessions, where we have program staff, media and communication, transcribers, verbatim transcribers, and answered editors, the sergeant at arms, internal audit. All these were part of the measures that were taken to make the institution better ready to be able to transit into a regional parliament when the decision is made. And following all these processes, the ultimate step was the plenary assembly in Arusha, the 34th plenary assembly in Arusha, Tanzania. That, as I said earlier, repealed the old constitution, adopted the new rules of procedure, and then setting the stage for operating like a parliament. We had the opportunity to test these rules and the new constitution at the 35th plenary assembly that was held in Grand Bay, Mauritius in June 2014, which was the inaugural session where we started operating like a parliament. And based on the experiences of Mauritius 34th plenary assembly, it also then became apparent that in terms of practice, as we operationalize the rules of procedure, we needed to tap more on the different parliamentary traditions that are rich and found within the SADC region. So the Secretariat was mandated to go on a harmonization process where we needed to create a hybrid of the rules and practices that reflects both the Lusophones, Francophone, and Anglophone, if I may put it that way, traditions of parliaments within the SADC region. And so just to take members in terms of how the parliamentary business process then is undertaken through the rules and the constitution, the new rules and the new constitution. It has created opportunities for members, broad and focused participation in the business of SADC PF. So we have business that comes through the reports of the executive committee, which focuses on general administrative and policy matters, financial issues. We also have reports of standing committees and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. We have opportunity for members to table motions. We also have statements by heads of delegations. We also have an opportunity now that can be extended to observers to make statements to the plenary assembly at the pleasure and invitation of the president as the chairperson of the parliamentary business subcommittee. Then this is then dealt with by the business of the House is handled by the parliamentary business subcommittee, as I said, but of course it's a subcommittee of the executive committee. So the executive committee ultimately ratifies the business of the plenary assembly. And one of the areas that has improved in terms of operating like a parliament is the fact that we now generate documents that are available to the public as outcome documents of the plenary assembly, namely the verbatim record. Our verbatim record is available usually within 10 days after every sitting, and it is in source language of the member who contributes during debate. So we have a comprehensive verbatim records in that we produce every plenary assembly. And should members wish to have components of the verbatim record that are in a source language other than their own, there's also a provision through which they may request the Secretariat to facilitate translation. This did not exist before the adoption of the new constitution and the rules of procedure. We also produce the minutes of each sitting day in the form of votes and proceedings, and we also produce summary of resolutions for each order and for each resolution that is made by the plenary assembly. And in terms of the rules of procedure, besides beyond being available to the public through the website and other channels, the resolutions are sent to the SADC Secretariat, they're sent to national parliaments, they're also through national parliaments sent to the relevant ministries of member states. As I move towards conclusion, Chair, part of the benefits of the entire process of embracing rules of procedure, parliamentary processes and systems in the operations of SADC PF has been one, the fact that we have kind of re-engineered the way we undertake our parliamentary business. There is focus, there is a lot of relevant content that is aligned to regional priorities. This was not necessarily easily achievable in a conference style of operation. There is also the harmonization of different parliamentary traditions, wherein all the member parliaments can associate with the processes because they are a reflection of the peculiarities that are found within the different parliaments of the SADC region. There's also active and focused participation of members during debate because debate is now regulated by the rules of procedure. There's also focused and thematic debate on issues through motions. Members who are passionate about certain issues have an opportunity, a window opportunity to make sure that no plenary passes before they express their voices around the matters that they are passionate about. We have also seen deliberate and focused access to SADC PF by the media and also the publicity side. In this regard, the national parliaments have even seconded communication and media persons to support the work of SADC PF around media and publicity. We have also seen the strengthening of the plenary assembly symposia as platforms to interrogate contemporary issues. I'm sure the former staff and the former members are relishing the opportunity they have been accorded through this symposium to come and reflect on the history of SADC PF. This is possible because of the way the symposia are structured. We also have, as I said, a structured way of making sure that the resolutions are processed and submitted to the relevant stakeholders. And of course, the model laws have also become another window of opportunity to accelerate implementation, bridging the gap between regional policy and legislation with practice at national level. And all this has also seen renewed citizen and stakeholder interest in the issues that are before SADC PF. When you look at the number of inquiries and the interest we get now, they have definitely increased, and thanks also to social media platforms where we live stream, and therefore they are able to follow through in terms of what the work we are doing. And lastly, Chair, true to the vision at the time, the adoption of the formal parliamentary procedures, systems, and practices in the forum's operation has made SADC PF institutionally ready to operate as a SADC regional parliament now that the decision has been made. One of the things that we can say without fear of contradiction is that let the SADC parliament come home. We are ready for it, and we actually are ready to, as Secretariat, to be able to facilitate this process, thanks to the vision and wisdom of having developed the rules of procedure, amended the constitution, created the relevant institutions and organs that make it possible for us to function as a parliament. I do remember lastly, Chair, when the representative of IALA came to SADC-PF for the first time, after they attended the plenary assembly, they said, I don't understand that you are saying you are not a parliament, because everything that you are doing here reflects what we do in IALA as a parliament. So indeed, kudos to the decision to develop and embrace parliamentary systems and processes that reflects the rich history of SADC-PF, SADC region's parliamentary traditions. Yes, we are ready for the SADC Parliament, bring it home. Naibuye, as South Africans would say. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurasha. The indication that we are now ready to have discussions on the presentation on the 4 topics, and it is 10 minutes that I'll give an opportunity for members to have interventions, and immediately after the 10 minutes, I would ask the Vice President to get prepared to make an official closure of this symposium. And the interventions will be by hands from members who are logged on to the system. I see Honorable Mpariwa, who is raising a hand. And from then on, I see Honorable Nkoi Mutsamai. And then it is those 2 members that have raised their hands. There is Honorable Makelepo and Honorable Mafa. And then in that order, Honorable Mpariwa, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And let me begin by congratulating SADC-PF for convening this successful gathering through virtual. My contribution will be focused on the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus that was presented by Madam Rumbidzai Kandoashika Nundu. Honorable Chair, you may recall that issues to do with the Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus also flows into all the national parliaments, especially when we do with leveling of the playing field and the provision of enabling environment where women then can participate equally and also have an equal space for participation. Looking at SADC, the 50-50 has not yet been achieved in the majority of the countries in the SADC region. And if you want to look at the issues that are the Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus's reasons why we do have the caucuses is that you will find that even in the national budgets, if we don't look at budgets with a bias or the gender lens, it means that issues that are to do or that affect different sexes differently will not be dealt with adequately or will not have enough allocation in terms of the women's involvement. Therefore, my humble submission is to ask Rumbidzai to say, we have seen that from 2004, 2005, not even any country has attended the 50-50. What other strategies or measures can she suggest that we employ so that we get to reach 50-50 before 2030 as a region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Mutsamai.
Thank you very much.
Had an opportunity to delve deeper into the internal processes to see how they are done in different jurisdictions. And on this one, I would like Honorable Lefupo to share the Botswana experience on how they do the primaries. But Mr. Gabawila also raised an issue on illicit funding. And in my opinion, this is likely to follow one into office to the detriment of the people. And I would like to know whether they've made any observations on how, this funding it's used and how people who have benefited from it fare once they occupy the public office. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mutsamai. Honorable Makelepo.
Thank you very much, moderator. Let me also congratulate the speakers for the good presentation. And also, I would like to say it shouldn't go unnoticed. We should also thank the former staff of Parliamentary Forum, which I've seen presenting here. I think they gave it all their all for the forum. We need to thank them very much. The moderator, I want to react on the issue of women, since we have taken the transformative agenda initiative as SADC as a whole. I think women are still left behind beside the good work that has been done by the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which we have all seen, which they have also instilled in us as different national parliaments. But the numbers are still going down. And I want to make a sort of question or a challenge on the first presenters, Mrs. Rumbisai. She talked about the issues which I remember very well, which appeared on the policy of that was presented a long time ago by Gewat's committee. I remember the issue was because the women which go to parliaments directly come from the political parties. If we don't lobby political parties as SADC, we will still not have women at the parliament. So I remember there was issue of quotas directly from primaries, directly from political parties. And like I'm saying, I want to challenge the SADC parliamentary forums to make sure that it pushes that agenda down to the political parties. Otherwise, in my own view, the numbers for women are going down all the time. Parliament, all the time, countries come from elections, you will see the number of women going down, unless it's 100% proportion. On the first post the model, all the time women are going down. So That's the issue that I want to put at the fore, that SADC Parliamentary Forum should be bold enough to push it, even if to legislate it, because like they said, the 50% population is getting marginalized all the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makalebo. Let me have Honorable Mafa, and I've seen from the list there is a member whose mic or name is Honorable Speaker. You'll be the last one. Honorable Mafa.
Thank you. I think it is mine, Honorable Gotani Nara, Speaker of Malawi. Hello. Hello.
To thank all our SADC members who came before us, who made it possible or who worked hard so that at least at this point, SADC has been transformed into SADC Parliament. We really congratulate them and we are happy for that. Ms. Honorable Moderator, mine is just a question directed to Vice Chair, Women's Parliamentarians Caucus. She mentioned clearly that in the parliaments, regional parliaments, the women are very few. And as a result, they are not well represented. So, basing myself with what is happening in Lesotho, I fully support her. I agree with her. Because when I'm looking at the parliament of the Kingdom of Lesotho, I can see that probably 20% of membership in parliament, it's women. And the whole 8% is being covered by men. And you can agree with me that the Parliament of Lesotho is Father's Day. So my question really to her is, we have a problem. With her experience, what could probably be the reason for this? And two, how can she assist with advice and steps that could be taken by regional parliaments to improve on this issue, so that with time, women are seen and involved in decision-making positions, particularly in parliaments as parliamentarians? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mafa. I see, it is Honorable Speaker of Malawi, and the final intervention will come from Christopher Mboso, as the hands which had been raised on the in the system. Could we have the Honorable Speaker of Malawi? Your interventions, please, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Because of the network, I just want to clarify. Are we only asking questions on the presentation on the Women Caucus or on all the other presentations? Because I wanted to ask something to establishment.
You can comment on all presentations. Have your points articulated accordingly.
Thank you very much. I wanted to comment on the idea of us having a training institute of some form. I know our colleagues in Kenya do have one, and I myself and my members of parliament, the parliamentary secretariat, have visited the training institute. What I think, if we're planning to do that, we need also to put in a model whereby it should be generating some form of resources, or indeed it should be able to sustain itself. Because the Kenya one, the way they've modeled it is they're doing quite a lot of trainings and capacity building, not necessarily just for the MPs themselves, but people with political influence, and not just in their country, but they've even gone out to get in countries. For example, Malawi, we don't belong into the same region, but they have managed to convince us that we should be going there for training. So I think it would be very important that if we're going to be having this model, we do it in such a way that it's either self-sustaining, or indeed going beyond self-sustaining, it can also be generating some resources for SADC. And also, it would be good because it means that our own members of parliament, and indeed not just those that are in the SADC Parliamentary Forum, would also get an opportunity to get trained. So, for example, we would send members who are not in the forum to also get the training. And then the issue of women participation and the numbers going down, I would like to agree with my colleagues that indeed the numbers are going down. And if we are going to insist on first past the post, the chances are the numbers are either going to go very, very low. But the issues of law, what are we doing to have this model law in our countries? What is it that we can do to lobby with the SADC leadership in terms of having 50% of the representation from women? So that's something that I think needs serious thought going forward. And then lastly, the issue of observer missions. There was a time that SADC was very, very active in that. I think there was a presenter who gave us a presentation where he had, for example, overseen 10 elections, because at that time, I think we were very, very active. But we sort of are losing track in a sense that because of lack of resources, we are not providing a lot of missions to do these observer missions. Now, in the end, we end up getting observers outside SADC. So people are coming from far to observe our own elections when we ourselves are not able to observe our own elections because other countries don't have resources. So I think it's an area that needs serious thought. We're getting others from as far as Europe to come and observe our elections when ourselves we are unable to observe. So I think it's an area that needs serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker of Malawi. Could we have the last speaker intervention from Christophe Mboso? You are the last. Please go ahead.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. C'est honorable Anne-Marie, la présidente du réseau des femmes parlementaires. Cette préoccupation se présente avec beaucoup d'acuité dans beaucoup de pays. Donc, d'une manière générale, la situation reste la même. Ce que nous cherchons maintenant, au niveau de la SADC, qu'on puisse peaufiner des stratégies qui puissent permettre à chaque pays d'adopter pour permettre qu'un nombre important de femmes soient élues au niveau de la députation nationale. Je donne l'exemple du Congo. Au Congo, sur 500 députés, il y a 65 femmes qui se retrouvent au niveau de l'Assemblée, ce qui représente en moyenne 11%, 12%. Et par contre, quand nous prenons l'exemple du Rwanda, vous remarquerez qu'il y a plus de femmes au niveau de l'Assemblée nationale qu'ailleurs. Et ils ont adopté les principes de cooptation. Mais pourquoi au niveau de la région, on ne pourrait pas réfléchir aussi sur certains mécanismes qui vont contraindre en fait les assemblées nationales ou le gouvernement de chaque pays membre de la SADC à pouvoir appliquer ça. Ça nous aiderait à faire avancer, ça nous aiderait à avoir un nombre important de femmes au niveau de l'Assemblée nationale. Toute la grande préoccupation, c'est au niveau des présentations des listes qu'on impose à chaque parti politique. Quand il présente la liste des candidats aux élections, on impose un certain quota de représentation des femmes qui doivent concourir aussi au niveau des élections. À ce moment-là, ça donne plus de chances d'avoir un nombre important de femmes élues. Dès lors que ces femmes ne sont pas présentées sur les listes électorales, il y a déjà un problème. Il y a déjà un problème. Deuxièmement, le problème qui se pose avec les femmes, c'est le manque de moyens financiers. Quand les femmes constatent qu'ils n'ont pas d'argent, elles hésitent même de se présenter comme candidates. Est-ce qu'au niveau de la région, il n'y a pas moyen de mettre un dispositif qui puisse contraindre le gouvernement, par exemple, à financer ou à 50% les élections des candidates femmes, afin de nous permettre d'augmenter quand même le pourcentage par rapport à la représentation féminine au niveau des assemblées. Voilà un peu ma grande préoccupation. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for the kind words. I can hear that the major issue for our discussion now is how women candidates get the funding and position, and also and how they are being supported for women to get into the national parliament. I think we can now have the responses for the questions that have been asked. Questions that have been asked by Honorable Mutsamai. And the question that relates to the issue of women, a response from the presenters. Can I see an indication who would want to go first?
I'm going first.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Honorable Mutsamai asked me to explain the Botswana primary elections. At the level of parties in Botswana, practices first past the post system, electoral system. At the level of parties, really, the elections used to constitute smaller electoral colleges, whereby the wards, the cells, they would select fewer people. But over time, most of the parties in Botswana have decided that they will give all the members of their party opportunity to elect representatives. The problems that we still face, of course, is that Botswana does not have political party funding. There are no specific quotas for women, people with disabilities, etc. Those people that need to deliberate empowerment in a first past the post system. I have always taken keen interest on the Tanzanian model, and that improvements could be made to it when you go for first past the post system to empower those that need deliberate empowerment. But I think that's why we talked about norms and standards. Norms was supposed to infuse the positives that we find in the region, enhance them, improve our lot in a very broad sense. That was what it was not just about election observation, because election observation is a process as well. It starts with the campaigns, starts with the registration stage rather than the campaigns, and everything. But then at the levels of parties, really, it's a struggle. And we have seen even over the time, the parties beginning to struggle with finances, and therefore those who are financially empowered beginning to use finances to sway support to themselves. So these are the existing deficiencies, if I may quickly mention the Botswana scenario. I hope it answers Honorable Mutamai's question.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it is well responded to. The last hand that I can see is from Angola. Maria, go ahead.
Senhor Presidente, eu agradeço a questão que foi apresentada pela ilustre senhora deputada, que questiona, no meu ponto de vista, qual seria a razão para que, de facto, houvesse decréscimo de mulheres a participarem na vida política pública e, por conseguinte, a chegarem ao Parlamento. Eu penso que nós herdamos, nos nossos países, do ponto de vista cultural, contribuições que não favorecem muito o Estado Democrático e Direito, ao ideal do Estado Democrático e Direito quanto à participação da mulher. Por isso eu estou de acordo que é preciso nós avançarmos para, de forma coordenada, haver uma formação no âmbito de uma perspectiva de género para mudar a consciência, não só da mulher, como dos nossos parceiros, o homem, porque se nós pensarmos numa perspectiva de género e pensarmos juntos que é necessário que as mulheres tenham o mesmo nível de participação quanto aos homens na atividade política pública e na atividade político-partidária, nós veremos que vamos avançar para o desenvolvimento. De facto, a formação para uma nova atitude e uma nova consciência podem mudar o atual estado. E é preciso continuarmos a trabalhar com a jovem mulher e para que a disciplina sobre empreendedorismo e sobre resiliência a nível das escolas possam possibilitar a tomada dessa nova consciência. Nós temos que trabalhar para que efetivamente se pense diferente. Também eu penso e estou de acordo quando o senhor presidente falou que, quiçá, a formação de um instituto para poder empoderar os deputados com conhecimento sobre matérias da atualidade, eu penso que sim, mas é preciso aqui também refletirmos sobre a continuidade desta formação. Por exemplo, os deputados têm um tempo de mandato limitado e quando termina o mandato do deputado e no particular, o mandato das mulheres parlamentares, a deputada vai para várias atividades a nível da comunidade. Eu penso que deveríamos criar um mecanismo para que as experiências que, enquanto deputadas, nós vamos adquirindo durante o nosso mandato, fossem aproveitadas para que a mulher, outrora deputada ou ministra, possa ser, junto da comunidade, uma líder ativa para a mudança de comportamento. Também é verdade que é preciso inserir e tornar eficaz a política de género a nível dos orçamentos nacionais, porque o que não tiver orçamentado não existe. Não se podem aplicar medidas que não estejam cabimentadas no orçamento, para poder assim ajudar o desenvolvimento da mulher e a inserção da mulher na vida política pública. Esta é a minha opinião, senhor presidente. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Maria, for the response. In the list, I see 2 more speakers to respond who were presenting. Rumbi will be the first one, and the last will be Musamvengana to respond to the questions that have been raised earlier. And please be brief. because we are now running out of time. Go ahead, Rumbi.
Thank you, Honorable Moderator. A point that was mentioned by Honorable Pariwa and also reinforced by Honorable Moshatsi, I just want to highlight the fact that for us to see an increase, a sustainable increase in the number of women in positions of power and leadership at all levels, we need also very concerted efforts that are not ad hoc and that are multidimensional. So the law, the legal framework is one aspect. And for instance, the legal framework may be pertaining to the electoral law or even in the constitution. It can have provisions for gender quotas, electoral gender quotas, like in a number of countries, or even some political parties have got voluntary party quotas. But we find that when it's legislated and there's need for compliance, it becomes more effective rather than being left to the will or the choice of the people, depending on how they look at the issues. So quotas are just one aspect, but in order to be effective, the need for transformation of mindsets, the struggle that we have the world over, and Africa is no exception, is the issue of attitudes and perceptions towards women's leadership and attitudes and perceptions towards male leadership, whereby it is assumed that men are automatically and already competent to be leaders. That's why you get so many questions when there's advocacy and work around increasing women's political participation and representation at all levels. There's always a question about their merit, their competence, their skills, which we don't see the same kind of demand being put forward or hear the same narrative when it comes to men being appointed in positions of power and leadership. So the law is just one enabling framework, but the transformation of mindsets. And this also influences what happens in political parties. Like I said earlier on, political parties are actually the real gatekeepers, whether it's because they are identifying, nominating, and selecting a candidate because that candidate has got money. And we know in our world, the reality is that women have less access to resource networks in comparison to men in order to finance their political campaigns. So the issue that also even Honorable Juklefoko mentioned about whether there's a political public financing or funding for political parties, it becomes critical. And one of the elements that needs to be factored in is if political parties will receive public funding, shouldn't part of that public funding be earmarked in terms of they will not get any funding if they don't have enough women candidates or women are not elected on their party list. Countries are doing that, and this is an analysis that we have done at International Idea to see which countries tie public funding to also women's political participation and representation. But ultimately, it cannot be one approach. There have to be several approaches, targeting political parties, having an enabling legislative framework, transformation of mindsets generally, because a lot of the challenges that we have are also driven by our socialization and the culture that entrenches that women should not be leaders. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much. The last speaker will be Honorable Msamvengana. Please go ahead so that we can, I would suggest that all members who have had an opportunity to make presentations, please lower your hands there.
Thank you very much, moderator, and also thanks for the questions that have been highlighted. I'll respond to two. If I understood Honorable Motsamai well, she was asking about questions of campaign finance and related matters. I must say that the model law, SADC PF model law on elections has done a fantastic job to both characterize the issue and make recommendations on what needs to be done. I think there are two issues here. One is the question of transparency. So where public funds are involved, but even public funding as well, it is important that the process be transparent, there be disclosure or submission of returns to the electoral management bodies so that the public and other actors are able to know who is funding who and at what level. And in particular, with respect to public funding, I think it's important for accountability to set in. The other element has to do with setting limits on campaign finance. I think there are a number of examples in the region. One could think of Mauritius and others as well, that set limits on the amounts of money that could be used in a campaign based on the sources. Again, it's also for transparency and to ensure that we do not have an overbearing influence of the use of money in campaigns, including knowing where the money comes from. There could be money that's money laundering. It could be other sources that the public electoral process should not be exposed to, including capture of political parties, capture of candidates, and the subsequent governments that emerge from those elections. The second issue that needs to be attended to quite clearly is default use of state resources during the campaign period by those who are incumbent. And I think there are a number of examples that could be used to manage that process, that once the campaign period has been declared, use of public resources or access to public resources is restricted in many instances to the sitting president, but not the rest of the candidates or former ministers and so on. The last is really a comment that I would like to make with respect to what has been highlighted by the Speaker of Malawi, Speaker Hara. I think it's to do with the dwindling funding for election observation. This does not only affect the SADC Parliamentary Forum, it affects many observers, including civil society. But I think particularly for SADC Parliamentary Forum and the SADC Electoral Commissions Forum, by virtue of your identity and the power that you wield as a representative body of national parliaments, the expectation, I imagine, of your funders is that you should be able to do a lot more than observe elections. In other words, what happens to the recommendations and observations that you make? You have the facility and access to the national parliaments, you have the facility and access to the government that emerges from those elections and other institutions to be able to do more than just publish your recommendations. So I think there would be greater value to be gained if there is a lot more that happens subsequent to the elections. And I mentioned SADC Electoral Commissions Forum here as a body of election management bodies. Again, the expectation is that from a peer review perspective, they should not just observe elections, but do something about their observations and recommendations. Again, let me take this opportunity to thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this. It's been an exciting opportunity to interface with both my former employer and to see Honorable Duke Lefoko, my good friend. See you soon. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. As I had indicated, that was the last speaker. And let me, before I call upon the Vice President to close, apologize for the delays in the time and also now closing at this time, whilst we have had an opportunity to learn, and we should appreciate that we have learned a lot. And I wish at this point then to call upon the Vice President of SADC Parliamentary Forum, who will make the closing remarks so that then we can have an opportunity to get prepared for tomorrow. We should understand that this is the punishment we get for compressing a 5-day plenary to two days. That is why we have this kind of pressure of time. Let me call upon the Vice President and Member of Parliament from Madagascar, Honorable Dr. Fiorovana Lovarnirina Celestin. Go ahead, Honorable Dr. Fiorovana. Please go ahead, Vice President.
Mr. Honorable Moderator, the Vice President has since stepped out. We may conclude the meeting. Sorry, I see Madagascar coming through. Could you unmute Madagascar?
Go ahead, Madagascar.
Merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Je suis Mas Goulamali, c'est la députée de Madagascar, la vice-présidente de GEWED du FP SADC. Donc, comme notre collègue n'est pas là, il a encore des missions à faire. Donc, je veux prendre le discours de clôture. Donc, honorable Christophe Bonso-Fondia-Panga, président du Forum parlementaire de la SADC et président de l'Assemblée nationale de la République démocratique du Congo, son Excellence honorable Seferi Montagnan, président de l'Assemblée nationale du Lesotho et hôte de la 50e Assemblée plénière, son Excellence honorable Catherine Gotani-Hara, membre du Parlement, présidente du Parlement du Malawi et hôte de la 51e session de l'Assemblée plénière, honorable président des parlements nationaux et chef des délégations, honorable président, son Excellence honorable Martin Gonga, président de l'Assemblée législative d'Afrique de l'Est, son Excellence honorable Sidi Mohamed Tuni, président du Parlement de la CEDEAO, président du Parlement panafricain, honorable Truyan Samuel Rapapa, ministre des Communications, des Sciences et de la Technologie et modérateur du symposium sur les thèmes, et d'autres ministres du gouvernement du Lesotho, honorable Amoussa Kantunda Wana Mwambwa, ancien président du Forum parlementaire de la SADC et ancien président de l'Assemblée nationale de Zambie, honorable Tilwa Motsamayi, ancien président du Forum parlementaire de la SADC et ancien président de l'Assemblée nationale du Lesotho, honorable Malika Mbete, ancienne membre du comité exécutif du Forum parlementaire de la SADC et ancienne présidente du Forum parlementaire de la République d'Afrique du Sud, son Excellence Bogopan Duc Lefoko, ancien vice-président et trésorier du Forum parlementaire de la SADC et haut-commissaire du Botswana auprès de la République du Kenya, honorable Anne-Marie Bilambagou, présidente du Caucus parlementaire régional des femmes, honorable membre du Parlement, vice-président de l'Assemblée nationale du Lesotho, honorable membre du Parlement, chef de l'opposition à l'Assemblée nationale du Lesotho, honorable membre du Parlement du Lesotho, honorable membre du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, honorable Jem Bessa Neto, ancien membre du comité exécutif et membre du Parlement du Mozambique, honorable Maria de Lourdes Veiga, ancienne vice-présidente du RWPC et ancienne membre du Parlement angolais, Madame Boemo Sekoma, secrétaire générale du Forum de la SADC, Son Excellence Elias Pedi Magossi, secrétaire exécutif de la SADC, Excellence membre du corps diplomatique et représentant des organisations régionales et internationales, Madame Barbara Ditapo, greffière de l'Assemblée nationale du Botswana et présidente du comité des greffiers du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, greffiers et secrétaires généraux des parlements nationaux de la SADC, secrétaires généraux du gouvernement du Lesotho, Docteur Kasoka Motokwa, ancien secrétaire général du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, Madame Bouki Ketusegil Djourou, ancienne secrétaire générale adjointe et directrice du PLC, distingués partenaires de coopération, distingués observateurs invités et invités, membres du personnel de l'Assemblée nationale du Lesotho et des parlements nationaux, membres du personnel du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, personnes ressources invitées, membres de la presse. C'est un grand plaisir pour moi de m'adresser à cette auguste assemblée alors que nous concluons que ce qui a été des échanges très captivants en réfléchissant sur le parcours du Forum parlementaire de la SADC depuis sa création. Monsieur le Président et distingués délégués, je souhaite commencer par ajouter ma voix pour féliciter les dirigeants du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, y compris ceux qui nous ont précédés, pour avoir dirigé les travaux du Forum jusqu'à présent. La commémoration de la 51e session plénière de l'Assemblée est en effet une étape importante. J'espère que nous resterons tout déterminés à aller de l'avant pour que le Forum poursuive cette trajectoire de croissance et de prospérité alors qu'il se transforme en Parlement régional de la SADC. Il est incontestable que le rôle et influence des parlements dans les programmes d'intégration de la SADC ont énormément augmenté depuis la création du Forum parlementaire de la SADC. Nous avons été témoins de l'inclusion des voix des parlementaires dans l'élaboration et la mise en œuvre des politiques régionales et dans le développement économique, comme l'ont habilement expliqué nos estimées personnes ressources. Le Forum parlementaire de la SADC s'est avéré, au fil des ans, être une plateforme essentielle pour faire progresser la solidarité et la coopération parlementaire dans la région de la SADC et au-delà. Nous étions en mesure d'exploiter les meilleures pratiques des diverses traditions parlementaires que l'on trouve dans la région de la SADC et nous les avons consolidées dans un système hybride qui embrasse et célèbre notre excellence parlementaire et notre diversité en tant que région. Ainsi, ces symposiums nous a donné une occasion unique, non seulement de célébrer le voix des parlementaires dans la consolidation de la démocratie conformément au thème, mais aussi une occasion stratégique de réfléchir de partager des expériences et d'apprendre par les pairs sur la voie à long terme que les parlements devraient emprunter afin de rester pertinents en répondant aux diverses questions nationales et transformatalières émergentes et récurrentes et aux besoins dynamiques des citoyens. Monsieur le Président et distingués délégués, les parlements sont unis des institutions essentielles de la gouvernance démocratique. Non seulement les législatures sont l'avant-garde du contrat social, mais elles sont également les ciments de l'État et de la société. La consolidation de la démocratie dans la région de la SADC exige que les parlements tirent parti de leur mandat unique pour renforcer la responsabilité démocratique. À cet égard, il est impératif que les parlements nationaux donnent la priorité aux initiatives de renforcement parlementaire afin de construire des parlements démocratiques forts, car des parlements forts sont un atout pour des démocraties fortes. Les parlements doivent toujours s'efforcer de se comparer aux normes internationales en ce qui concerne les cadres constitutionnels et juridiques, les impératifs politiques, ainsi que les ressources institutionnelles, financières, matérielles et humaines qui sont nécessaires au fonctionnement correct et efficace des parlements démocratiques. Je souhaite donc me joindre à la 51e assemblée plénière pour célébrer le développement des instruments élaborés par les forums parlementaires de la SADC, tels que les repères pour les législatures démocratiques en Afrique australe, adoptés en 2010, afin d'aider les parlements de la SADC à se comparer à la façon dont ils s'acquittent des mandats clés suivants, à savoir, petit a, tenir exécutif pour responsable à travers la fonction de contrôle des ministères et départements de l'exécutif. Petit b, représenter la nation dans sa diversité, qu'il s'agisse des groupes sociaux ou des circonscriptions. Petit c, légiférer pour la bonne gouvernance du pays, y compris les projets de loi d'initiative parlementaire. Petit d, approuver les budgets nationaux, la politique fiscale et contrôler les dépenses publiques. Petit e, ratifier et mettre en œuvre les conventions et les traités internationaux. Petit f, résoudre les conflits et les différends par les mécanismes pacifiques. J'implore les forums parlementaires de la SADC de continuer à mettre l'accent sur le développement des capacités parlementaires et l'établissement des normes, même au-delà de la transformation en un parlement régional de la SADC. Cela peut se faire en développement des instruments, de gestion des connaissances à l'usage des parlements, des décideurs politiques et des autres parties prenantes pour pouvoir promouvoir la bonne gouvernance et approfondir la démocratie, contribuant ainsi à la paix et à la stabilité dans la région de la SADC. Je tiens également à ajouter ma voix au travail louable que les forums parlementaires de la SADC a accompli pour renforcer les rôles du Parlement dans la promotion et la protection des droits et l'homme dans la région de la SADC. Grâce à son travail novateur en matière de promotion des élections démocratiques. Par exemple, le Forum parlementaire de la SADC a non seulement ouvert la voie à l'élaboration des gardes normatifs pour les élections démocratiques, mais également donné aux citoyens l'occasion de voir leurs représentants élus jouer un rôle de premier plan dans la promotion de la démocratie et des droits de l'homme. Les bilans du Forum parlementaire de la SADC en matière de promotion de l'égalité des sexes par le soutien à la présentation et à la participation des femmes est impeccable. Le Forum parlementaire de la SADC a également utilisé les missions d'observation électorale pour promouvoir la gestion et la résolution des conflits, la participation et la représentation des jeunes, et plus important encore, des réformes électorales qui visent à améliorer l'intégrité électorale dans la SADC. Comme l'a souligné le président du Forum parlementaire de la SADC dans son discours d'ouverture, l'approche de la démocratie et de la gouvernance axée sur les droits adoptés par le Forum est illustrée par l'adoption des lois types destinées à inspirer des réformes juridiques et politiques dans les États membres. Par conséquent, je souhaite ajouter ma voix à l'appel lancé par les personnes ressources pour que le Forum parlementaire de la SADC consolide la fonction d'élaboration des lois modèles en renforçant le suivi efficace des progrès réalisés en matière de domestication de ces lois ambitieuses par des organes tels que les comités parlementaires régionaux de surveillance des lois modèles. Monsieur le Président et distingués délégués, la consolidation de la démocratie dans la région de la SADC exige également que nous, en tant que représentants élus du peuple, aidions nos États membres et nos communautés à surmonter les divers défis politiques et socio-économiques auxquels ils sont confrontés et qui ont été aggravés par la pandémie de COVID-19. Il s'agit notamment de l'augmentation de la criminalité, des conflits armés, des inégalités criantes, de la hausse du chômage, en particulier chez les jeunes, de la violence électorale, de la violence xénophobe, des tensions croissantes qui dégénèrent en troubles sociaux et en conflits violents, et du déclin du développement socio-économique. Je mets au défi chacun d'entre nous, en tant que parlementaires, d'utiliser nos rôles politiques et de direction pour contribuer à la construction des communautés ancrées sur les valeurs de juste, d'équité et d'égalité. L'une des questions cruciales que je souhaite mettre au défi des parlementaires d'accorder la priorité alors que nous amplifions nos voix pour la consolidation démocratique et la nécessité d'assurer la responsabilité et la durabilité dans la gouvernance des ressources naturelles. Beaucoup d'entre nous ont été témoins de la façon dont certaines communautés dotées d'abondantes ressources naturelles connaissent pourtant une pauvreté extrême et un faible niveau de vie pour leurs citoyens. Ces pays ne connaissent pas de développement économique significatif ni de création d'emplois et manquent des services de base tels que l'eau, l'électricité et l'éducation. En tant que membres du Parlement, nous avons le devoir de garantir la transparence et la responsabilité dans l'extraction et l'utilisation des ressources naturelles et de veiller à ce que cela se fasse de manière écologiquement durable au bénéfice des communautés locales. Alors que nous célébrons les étapes que nous avons franchies.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Celestine, please conclude, make the final remark in the interest of time. Thank you. Yes, I was saying, please make the final remarks in the interest of time.
Alors que nous célébrions les étapes que nous avons franchies à ce jour. Profitons également de l'occasion pour nous rappeler que nous avons encore beaucoup de travail à faire pour approfondir la démocratie et assurer un développement économique durable qui profite aux citoyens de notre région. À cet égard, j'exhorte le Forum parlementaire de la SADC et les parlements à plaider en faveur de la domestication et de la mise en œuvre robuste des protocoles de la SADC par les États membres. Monsieur le Président et distingués délégués, pour conclure, je tiens à remercier nos estimées personnes ressources pour avoir honoré l'événement et partagé leurs idées. Je voudrais également remercier tous les délégués pour leur participation. Je déclare le symposium officiel clos. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Honorable. This concludes our business for today, and I would like the director of our program director today to do the final announcements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? IT?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Anyway, thank you very much, Honorable Minister and Moderator, as well as all the resource persons who have contributed here. And I think from the closing remarks, really, it was a general summation of everything that was discussed today. And as it was said already, I think we have learned a lot this particular day. Announcements for tomorrow are that we'll begin our session, of course, at 8:30 Kinshasa time, whereas ours is 9:30. That is Johannesburg time. And that distinguished delegates are asked to log in 15 minutes before. That is 9:45 for tomorrow. Yes, that is basically it. And then the other announcement is meant for our in-house arrangement. With that, really, I thank you, Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ministers, distinguished members of the various delegations. We thank you for your patience and really for a very fruitful day, though tiresome, but it was worth it. I thank you very much.
On va continuer demain.
Au revoir.
C'est pas encore terminé.
IT, could you kindly terminate